Construction worker David Falk is suing the mother of his child, homemaker Tammy Williams, and her husband Steve for attorney fees due to a restraining order. The Williams are countersuing, claiming David filed false charges with Child Protective Services.
Yeah, this is case number 219 on the calendar in the matter of Falk versus Williams.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, please.
Mr. Falk, you and Mrs. Williams had a relationship for a brief period of time, I understand from your papers, while her husband was incarcerated.
Yes, ma'am.
And as a result of that relationship, you have a child, a son.
Yes, ma'am.
Her husband was released from prison, and it is your claim that after you made attempts to see your son, they filed false charges of stalking and harassment against you. You want the costs that you incurred as a result of those proceedings. Mr. and Mrs. Williams say that everything that they said in those petitions were true, that you were annoying, harassing, stalking them, that the reason the case was dismissed was because for some legitimate reason they couldn't make it to the hearing, but everything that they said was true. And they are counterclaiming because they say that you called Child Protective Services and made allegations against them as parents of your son.
Yes.
Okay. When did you go to jail, Mr. Williams?
April of 2002.
And how long had you and Mrs. Williams been married up until that point?
We've been married since 1997.
You have children?
Yes, ma'am.
How many children do you have?
3 children together.
When did you start to see Mr. Falk?
Approximately about 2 years ago.
Give me the month and year. Don't ask him, he was in jail.
I was in jail.
Yeah, that's right.
Do you know Mr. Falk?
I think it was around September, somewhere in there.
September of 2002?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When was your son born, Mr. Falk?
October 9th, 2003.
Now, when were you released from jail, Mr. Williams?
June the 1st of this year, 2004.
Did you know about this new baby that came into the family?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you find out about this new baby?
I had actually found out while she was pregnant. She did write me and tell me about the relationship between her and Mr. Falk. That is when we started reconciling. We had been separated for a little while I was in prison.
You mean you were separated before you went to prison?
No, when I went to prison, she split up with me because I went back to prison because she told me if I went to prison, she couldn't handle the situation.
How many times have you been to prison, sir?
I've been to prison twice. This was a probation violation, what I went back for.
What were you violated for?
Not paying monies, and I
Not
couldn't
paying
pay the
monies to what?
restitutions on the cases.
Not paying restitution? You were violated for not making restitution in what kind of case, sir?
Obtaining property by false pretense, checks, worthless and bad checks.
So how many times were you arrested for writing bad checks?
Several times. I went through a period, I wrote the checks over a period of time.
Over a period of what time?
1998, 1997.
2 years?
Yes, ma'am.
So this wasn't a one-shot deal where you wrote a couple of bad checks and you were arrested?
They were wrote over a few months period, but over 2 years I kept, as they come in and
so
would go
they
to
were
court.
written over a period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
And you cashed them over a period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
As I said, this was not a one-shot deal?
No, ma'am.
All right.
You're correct.
So that's what your wife... You always get there.
Yeah.
So that's what your wife is saying. She said to you, if you get arrested again, we're finished.
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds right to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after your husband was released from jail, you decided to reconcile. Is that right, Miss Williams?
Yes.
That was in June, so that your baby was 8 months old.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do?
I accepted my husband for him to come into the home. We worked it out, and everything's...
And what did you do about Mr. Falk and his wanting to see his son?
Mr. Falk has never called. He'd only made harassing phone calls or drive by the house.
When did he ask to see his son?
He never has, Your Honor.
Was he present when the child was born?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, there we go. That's a one thing. So when the child was born, he was there.
Yes, Your Honor.
And where did you go after you left the hospital when the child was born?
I think I went to his house.
So you lived with him for a period of time with the child?
He lived with me in my house. We just...
Fine. He lived with you for a period of time after the child was born?
After the child was born, I don't think he was.
Did you ever spend the night with her after your son was born?
Yeah, I did, because we went down to my mother's house for Thanksgiving and spent the night down there. So we did.
That was in November of 2003, when the baby was just about a month old.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
remember that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I would assume that for a period of time before your husband got out of jail, there was regular communication between the two of you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
There we go. That's what I'm trying to get at. Before your husband got out of jail, there was regular communication with Mr. Falk. He was there when the baby was born, took you home from the hospital. You went to visit his mother Thanksgiving time. You went with the baby. Did you take your other children with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, so what happened? Why did you stop allowing him regular contact with his son?
I felt that it was nice for him to see his son, just being a nice mother.
Why did you stop him from seeing his son?
I don't know.
Well, did that coincide with the time when your husband was released from prison?
It wasn't around that time. He was still in prison.
Why did you stop him from seeing his son?
Because I had got this ex parte violence protective order.
Let me see it. That doesn't answer my question, Miss Williams.
Can you
There
repeat?
was a period of time when everything was okay and he was seeing his son and you were visiting his mother and you were traveling as a family practically. Now, something happened when you decided not to let him see his son.
Because he was calling me, making threatening calls.
Something happened before that. You're down visiting his mother in November for Thanksgiving. Christmas. What happened?
I just wanted to end the relationship.
That's right. You wanted to end the relationship. And did you tell him that?
Not in so many words, Your Honor.
What words did you use, Mrs. Williams?
I was mostly avoiding him.
Right. And when you were mostly avoiding him, that means he couldn't see his son. Right? Because you had the child in your custody.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you getting where I'm going?
Yes, Your Honor.
She wanted to end the relationship. She didn't tell him she wanted to end the relationship. She just started to avoid him.
She's leaving half the stuff out. She's
Listen
so
to
scared.
me.
Yes, ma'am.
I've been around longer than you've
I
been
know.
born. We understand each other.
Yes,
This is
ma'am.
not a new story, just
ma'am.
new faces on the story.
Yes, ma'am.
She wanted to end it because you and she, according to you, were coming together.
Mm-hmm.
She wrote you about the baby. You decided to reconcile. She had to break it off. She didn't want to make any trouble by telling him she wanted to break it off, so she just didn't take his phone calls, which means he couldn't see his child. So he started calling her on the telephone. You don't have to be a genius to figure that out, Mr. Williams. That's what happened.
Right.
So then she goes and files this protective order, and she says, he's harassing me. He's driving by my house. He's leaving threatening messages. Well, what did you expect him to do if you wouldn't let him see his child? Did you expect him to go away?
No, Your Honor.
Well, what did you expect him to do? Now, when your husband got out of prison, your husband put his name on the baby's birth certificate. Is that right, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
And you did that knowing that you were not this child's father, and you did that for the explicit purpose of seeing to it that Mr. Falk did not see his son and was not... Oh. Well, what other reason could there have been... What other reason could there have been, Mr. Williams, for you, knowing that you were not the child's father, to put your name on the child's birth certificate instead of the child's father's name?
He never accepted from day one while he was at the hospital to be allowed on the birth certificate. He refused to be put on the birth certificate.
I want to explain something to you, Mr. Williams.
and I
That is a
offered-
lie.
No.
Because as long as she's married to somebody else, he is not permitted by law to put his name on the birth certificate unless he is adjudicated by a court as the father of the child. I'm 10 steps ahead of you, sir.
Okay.
He took the child home from the hospital. He was there when the child was born. A month later, he went to visit his mother with your wife and your 3 children for Thanksgiving. A month after that, he went to his mother's home for Christmas with your 3 children and the child. And then your wife decides to go back with you. She avoids his telephone calls. He gets miserable and frustrated. You get out of prison, you say, we're going to resolve this once and for all. I'm going to put my name on the child's birth certificate. That's going to cut him off.
No.
Well, it didn't cut him off.
May I respond to that, please?
Yeah, you sure may.
He is trying to disrupt us and split us up because he wants Tammy back. I don't have any problem
He doesn't
with
want her
being a
back.
father.
Trust me. He doesn't want her back. His mother doesn't want her back. Your wife fooled around while you were in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I make a comment on that, please?
Sure.
I was in church. I was vulnerably hurt. He took advantage of that situation.
Madam, you were married and had 3 children. Nobody took advantage of you. Nobody forced you. Nobody tied you to a bed. You got it? Take responsibility for your own actions. You have to behave in an orderly fashion, which is, if you have a relationship with somebody and you make a baby with them, you don't decide like this that I'm going to cut him off, which is what you did, without an explanation, without a sit-down, without a discussion. Say, listen, we have to end this relationship because I'm going to go back to my husband. That doesn't mean that I'm going to take the baby away from you. Let's go to court. You'll be declared the father of the baby. We'll set up a visitation schedule. You'll be able to visit with him when you like. Instead, you decide just not to answer your phone. That's what you told me. And then when he gets annoyed and starts making harassing phone calls, you go to court and you get an ex parte protective order against him. And then when it's set for trial, you don't show up. And it's dismissed. Those are the costs he wants.
Excuse me.
She didn't show up. Now, you say she had a really good reason for not showing up. Show me a doctor's record that she was in a hospital.
Actually, we were in Superior Court in another county.
For what?
A 4-year-old check that they're trying to bring up now that I've paid off.
That didn't stop her from going to court, sir.
She was the witness in my case.
Did you notify the court?
Yes, we did.
Show me where you notified the court before.
I didn't know I needed it today.
Well, where'd you think you were coming to, a tea dance?
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
You broke up. She's got a big phone bill. You want her to pay that phone bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Georgopoulos says, duh.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. David Falk says the mother of his child, Tammy Williams, falsely accused him of stalking and harassment. David also claims Tammy and her husband won't let him see his son.
What were your costs with regard to defending this action for a protective order?
$3,800. I had to hire a lawyer.
Let me see the lawyer's bill. Did you pay this bill?
I paid $1,800 so far.
Mr. Falk, what arrangements are you trying to make legally to get to visit with this child?
Try to get complete custody of him. I've got that filed now.
Did they order blood tests?
We're in the process of getting that done now, too. It's got to be a court order because she refuses to give DNA.
No.
No what?
We were actually told by our attorneys that he was wanting to drop this now because I'm willing to take responsibility for the child and be the child's father.
That right, sir?
No, ma'am. It's still
That come
pending.
from
It's
his
pending
attorney,
August the 22nd.
So what you're telling me now, Mrs. Williams, listen to me very carefully, is if the court wants you to go for a blood test, you are consenting to go for a DNA test with this baby.
Yes, ma'am.
Fine. Do you understand? Now, as part of this proceeding, there is a counterclaim. The counterclaim suggests, Mr. Falk, that you called Child Protective Services on them. Show me.
We did have the letter, and we cannot find that cleared her.
I just want, listen to me. I just want proof that he
We-
called Child Protective
That's the one
Services and
thing
it was
we
false.
That's the one thing we did not have. Sorry.
Well, Mr. Williams, I
know.
can't help
I
you,
know.
sir.
I know.
Okay. You owe him $3,500, which is what he paid for his lawyer for this bogus case that you filed against him, Miss Williams. Listen to me very carefully. You made a mistake. You had an affair while your husband was away. He's the father of this child, according to you. He wants to see this child. He wants to be part of this child's life. Now, that may be inconvenient for you because you are now reconciled with your husband. That doesn't mean you can cut him off. If he chooses not to be a good father, if he chooses not to support the child once he has an order of visitation, and if he chooses to abandon this child, then you can cut him off. But you can't decide to do that on your own. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,500. That's all.
Parties are excused and they step out.
She's made frivolous things that I am abusive to my wife and children.
She had told everybody in the church how her husband was abusive towards her and the kids.
He shot his ex-wife.
She was the one chasing after me.
Because he's beat her, she's scared to say anything.
She told me she wasn't going to go back to her husband, and, you know, he was so mean.
I can't take my children to shopping in the same county we live in.
The Lord would take care of it, and he did. The Lord brought it out right here.
And now the next case. Interior designer Margot McDougal is suing her ex-fiancé, financial consultant Michael Kelly, for the cost to decorate his home. Michael is countersuing, claiming Margot is withholding furniture.
Your Honor, this is case number 309 on the calendar in the matter of McDougal versus Kelly. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated.
Ms. McDougal, you are an interior designer.
Yes, ma'am.
According to your complaint, you met the defendant in a rather unlikely place, at a gas station or something like that. You struck up a conversation. Always a bad idea. And according to what I read, he took you for well over $10,000. He engaged you to decorate a house for him. You did. You furnished the house for him. He never paid you and took off. In addition to that, he stole some gift certificates that you had. That case is not really before me because according to what I read, Mr. Kelly, did you plead guilty to that theft?
I did, Your Honor.
You did. Mr. Kelly says that you actually owe him money because he paid you for the furniture and he never got it and just decided to chalk it up to a bad experience and moved on. Is that right, sir?
Pretty
But
close.
he is counterclaiming.
Pretty close.
Mr. Kelly, you met Miss McDougal when, sir?
August 15, 2002, at a gas station at about 3 in the morning.
Now, when did you engage her services to decorate your home?
Shortly after that, we started a personal relationship. I learned she was an interior designer. So I decided to hire her because I had a beachfront condo that needed furniture that was going to be sold.
Okay. What kind of work were you doing in August of 2002, Mr. Kelly?
I was a financial consultant, Your Honor.
For whom?
Kelly Consulting, 6 years.
For yourself?
My dad opened the company.
Now, you needed furniture. Did you go with Miss McDougal to pick out the furniture?
No, Your Honor.
She picked it out herself.
Yes, Your Honor.
And she showed you photographs? Or
Yes,
you
she did.
gave her carte blanche?
Pretty much, Your Honor.
Pretty much what? I gave you 2 questions. You can't have the yes, pretty much.
I gave her
both.
carte blanche. She showed me photos of the items that she was going to custom order for my beachfront home. She came over and did a consulting of the beachfront property on September 6th. She looked over the home, charged me roughly $6,000 and change. I paid her in full.
Okay. So she charges $6,000.
$6,800. I have the exact amount.
And what was the name of her decorating firm?
Well, Your Honor, she called it
I don't care what you call it. What did she tell you? Because she made out your check.
Margaret McDougal Interior Design. I
Fine.
personally paid her, not to her company, because she was unemployed.
Just a second. So when you say you personally paid her, what does that mean?
Western Union earned her money.
Show me.
Sure.
What is this, sir?
That's a copy of the Western Union payments to Miss McDougal.
Show me your receipts from Western Union.
Your Honor, here's also my copy of Western Union. These are the printouts they give you at AmSouth when you pick up a Western Union. I sent her the money, she picked it up. There's a copy of her transactions. There's a copy of my transactions over the course of time.
I don't buy it. You want to know why, sir?
Why, Your Honor?
Because you're a financial consultant. I've been alive a very long time. When I pay a decorator, I pay a decorator by check. You get an invoice from a designer. The invoice is number 634. You say invoice number 634, $6,000. You pay him by check. You have a copy of the check. Financial advisors don't deal in money orders. People who don't have checking accounts deal in money orders. And people, listen to me, sir. I don't buy it. Got it? Good. So, do you have a canceled check that you gave to Miss McDougal for any of this furniture?
I have something better than that, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have the results of a polygraph test.
I'm not interested in your polygraph test, or take it and throw it in the garbage. Polygraph tests are inadmissible in courts. Now, you claim that you purchased this furniture for him, you laid out the money,
Yeah.
You had the furniture delivered to him.
No, actually, he picked it up
Where did he pick it up?
at my place of business.
Show me proof that you ordered furniture for
Yes.
him, and show me proof by way of a receipt signed by him that he picked it up.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. That's all I want to see.
No problem.
Good. And while we're at it, Mr. Kelly, while she's looking for those things, I want you to tell me about stealing over $5,000 worth of gift certificates. Gift certificates that belonged to Miss McDougal. So I'm asking you where you stole them from.
My contention was I didn't steal them, Your Honor.
Did you tell the judge you stole them?
No, Your Honor, I pled out in the interest.
Pled out, sir, means you pled guilty. You
Right.
weren't lying to the judge when you pled guilty, were you?
It was in my best interest.
That doesn't answer my question, Slick.
Well, Your Honor, there's such a thing called a no contest plea. So in best interest, I pled no contest. If I took it to jury trial, I very easily could have got a lot of time. I took a polygraph, and nobody wanted to see the polygraph.
You're absolutely, nobody wants to see your polygraph.
Administered by a doctor, court recognized. Doesn't matter.
Court doesn't recognize polygraph experts, sir.
I thought they did in civil matters. I didn't know.
No, they don't.
Okay. It doesn't hold any weight with you, Your Honor?
It doesn't hold any weight, and your story doesn't hold any weight, Mr. Kelly.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I think you're a thief and a con artist. I don't know what her story is, maybe just stupidity. But I don't believe a word that comes out of your mouth. Neither does Officer Byrd.
And later today,
I want you to look up and I want you to say, thank you, Lord, that this dame only cost me $750. Trouble with a capital T is this lady.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Margot McDougal says ex-fiancé Michael Kelly owes for her services as an interior designer. Margot also says Michael stole over $5,000 in gift certificates from her purse.
When was the last time you were incarcerated?
1998.
For the record, you want to tell me for what?
Violation of probation.
What was your original crime?
Grand theft.
Grand theft. Grand theft of what, sir?
A value over...
Is not an answer. What did you steal?
I'm not sure, Your Honor. It was so long ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. It was monetary, though, money.
What kind of sentence did you receive when you pled guilty to stealing her gift certificates, sir, out of her pocketbook?
Your Honor, I received a 18 months probation, early termination upon a determined amount of restitution.
And how much restitution did you make, Mr. Kelly?
I agreed to $7,200 and change.
Did you make that restitution?
I have a period of time to do it, Your Honor.
And if you don't make that restitution within the period of time, you go to jail. Is that correct?
For 18 months.
18 months. Sounds perfect to me. And how much longer do you have, sir, before you have to make this restitution?
I have about another 15 months to go, Your Honor.
Good. Hope you're working. Are you telling me that he picked up a sofa?
Actually, it was some modular kind of a sofa. It was in 3 pieces.
Your Honor, you have the purchase orders in front of you. You might find something interesting that they're numbered 755, 756, and then they go to 758. There's not a 757. I have 757. I have the original purchase orders.
Can I see it, please?
Certainly. Yeah, you'll find something interesting in that. On 757, there's an item there that weighs 500 pounds. Now, you might take a good look at me, Your Honor, but I don't believe me and Miss McDougal can pick up a 500-pound entertainment center.
I didn't claim that you got it, either.
I signed it, Your Honor, the same day as the other purchase orders. You'll see where she thinks that recognizes me picking up the items.
What I want to see from you are the days that he picked up the merchandise, where he signed for the merchandise. When you pick up merchandise, somebody signs for it.
The bottom of those, they're actually on the yellow copies. That's all that I had him sign for. And
just a sec. Would you ask her to show me what she's talking about? He's got these signed, and some of them are signed 2009, 17, 2002. They're all signed same
signed.
date.
Right.
And that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the date he picked them up.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that's the only time that I have him sign for him because...
Listen, you made a mistake.
He represented himself as an attorney, Your Honor. He represented that he was all these things.
Are you a business person?
Well, I was going to school and I was opening a business with a partner all at the same time. And I was really busy.
You got conned.
I know that.
You got conned. Hopefully you can get your $7,000 back. Because I don't think Mr. Kelly wants to go back to jail, do you?
No, Your Honor, but I'd like my consulting fees back from her.
I don't believe that you paid it, sir. I think you're a con artist. I think you're a thief and a con artist. I don't know what her story is, maybe just stupidity. But I don't believe a word that comes out of your mouth. Neither does Officer Byrd. Anyway, your counterclaim is dismissed. Mr. McDougal, unless you have a receipt that he signed when he picked up this stuff at the warehouse, you have no claim against him.
He picked it up and received it on the 17th.
Your Honor, if you believe
Just a
that...
second.
He picked it up right here.
If you believe that, Your Honor, on the 24th, we went and got a marriage license.
Oh, please,
He picked it
goodbye.
up right here.
Do me a favor. Show him the
Picked
door.
up M.
Goodbye.
Kelly,
Goodbye.
and he signed it.
Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm really glad that Judge Judy showed that Mr. Kelly was actually a real con artist.
I think Judge Judy was a little rough on me. She didn't look at the polygraph exam.
He conned me for those things, and he's conned me for more than that.
We had a marriage license, and the reason we broke it off is because she lied about her age. She was much older than she presented herself as.
Couldn't find him until a year and a half later, where he had done the same thing to another woman, met her at a grocery store with him. That's where I saw him.
Well, the allegations are unfounded. I might be smooth, that'd be the word. But don't hate the player, hate the game.
And now the next case. Financial manager Daniel Whiting is suing his daughter's boyfriend, 22-year-old law student Nicholas Lazzarini, for the cost to fix his Infiniti SUV. Daniel says while his daughter was driving on the freeway, Nicholas knocked the gear shift, throwing the vehicle in reverse.
Your Honor, this is case number 299 on the calendar in the matter of Whiting versus Lazzarini. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ladies, have a seat, please.
Mr. Whiting, I assume this is your daughter.
Yes, it is.
What is her first name?
Amanda.
And this is Amanda's boyfriend. And Mr. Whiting, not that it's terribly important to this whole proceeding, but I gather that Amanda and Nick are still a couple, is that right?
Yes.
And you're not crazy about him.
They've been together a good long time, and I just don't think that he has her best interests at heart.
Okay, so you're not crazy about him. We don't make those decisions for our children. They make them themselves.
Absolutely.
It is your claim that your daughter borrowed your car, and she was driving the car, and because of Mr. Lazzarini's actions, the transmission on the car was broken. You want him to pay for the replaced transmission on the car. Mr. Lazzarini seems to say that his hand slipped. The car was old, couldn't have caused that kind of damage to the car. He was willing to make some sort of payment, but certainly he wasn't giving you a totally rebuilt car. That's your defense. Okay, Amanda, step up. I got a few questions for you. How long have you and Nick been dating?
2.5 years.
How old are you?
22.
Who do you work for?
I'm a personal assistant to a composer musician.
Nick, what kind of work do you do?
I'm a law student, first-year law student at Loyola.
You love her?
Yeah, very much.
Mr. Whiting, because I am basically a little bit of a meddler, why don't you think he has her best interest at heart, sir?
Well, in this particular instance, he's had her put in the middle between this. We have not been able to come to any kind of a resolution, which I was
Other
trying to
than
do.
this, you mean before this incident happened with the car, everything was okay? You liked him?
I really didn't know him that much because I'd only met him 4 or 5 times over the 2 years because he'd been in school.
Seems like a nice enough man.
Nice enough.
Okay, so Amanda, tell me what happened with the car. You borrowed your father's car, you were driving.
Yeah, I was driving down from Northern California, and
Nick was the passenger.
Nick was the passenger, and he leaned over to tickle me because we were joking around, and his hand pumped the transmission shifter. Now, the shifter was on my side, but the way he reached over, he hit it on the way back, and the car, like, it's not supposed to do that. We all agree that it's not supposed to go in reverse, but this time
But it went
did.
in reverse, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
So he leaned over to tickle you because you were messing around with each other while you were driving.
Yeah.
Now, before he reached over to tickle you, did you reach over to tickle him?
I poked him.
Poked him. Where did you poke him?
On the shoulder.
How'd you do that? Show me on your father how you did that. Come on. And what did you say to him when you poked him?
I didn't say anything. We were just talking and joking about...
And then he leaned over to tickle you. And that's when the car went into reverse. After that, you'd stop the car and the car wouldn't go into reverse.
Right.
So that was not coincidental. Right? Now, in law school, are you in your first year? You haven't taken torts yet?
I'm taking torts, correct.
You take torts now. Torts means negligence. You understand that.
Yeah.
Something,
We
when
just started.
accidents happen. Right?
Yeah, we just started negligence, actually.
Just started torts. You remember the first case that you read in torts?
First one was actually Garrett v. Daly.
Have you read Paulsgraf versus the Long Island Railroad?
20 pages ahead, my dad was showing me the
Excuse me?
It's about 20 pages ahead of where we are.
Well, Paulsgraf versus the Long Island Railroad is the seminal case in the area of tort law. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
My dad told me the same thing. He's a...
Your dad is a smart guy. And Paulsgraf deals with the issue of proximate cause. But for the actions of something, something else wouldn't happen. So what you're saying is that this was an old car.
Yeah.
And I didn't hit the stick that hard that it should have gone into reverse. And even if I did, car had 100,000 miles on it. It was an old car, so I shouldn't be charged with the entire amount to fix it.
Right.
By the way, how fast were you going when the car went into reverse?
75.
75 miles an hour. And how long did it take the car to stop? How many seconds would you say?
The car didn't stop. It just kept going.
It just kept going while it was in reverse?
Yeah.
For how long?
Until I put it back into drive, and it still kept going.
And how long did that take?
About 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
1, 2, 3. You getting my drift?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Maybe it should have been serviced better.
It would matter.
Wouldn't have gotten...
It wouldn't matter. It
Listen
would
to
have been a
me.
completely different story.
It wouldn't have made any difference that day if you hadn't been tickling Amanda.
And later today,
I moved out because I started feeling really threatened for my life. Pablo began to play with his guns. He owned several different weapons, and he began to play with them in my presence.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Daniel Whiting says his daughter's boyfriend, Nicholas Lazzarini, owes for the cost of a new transmission. Daniel claims Nicholas knocked the vehicle into reverse while driving on the freeway.
Now, where were you going?
We were going from up north. I live in Sacramento, so we were driving from Sacramento down to L.A. She had picked me up.
And car drove fine?
Yeah.
The only intervening act that happened from the time you got into the car until the time the car no longer went into reverse was you tickling Amanda here and the car being put at 75 miles an hour into reverse and then continuing, according to Amanda, going forward while in reverse for between 20 and 30 seconds. That's the only intervening act.
Yes, correct.
As they say in France, I rest my case. Nick.
Yes.
It's your fault. Now, having determined that it's your fault, now we go to the issue of damages. Okay? There again, oh, I'm enjoying this. I can't tell you how I'm enjoying it. It's almost like a law school class. Now, Nick.
Yes.
So, because that's the way a trial is set up. First, you go to a civil trial, the issue of responsibility. Right. So I find that you are responsible. Okay. Now the issue is one of damages. Right. And then Mr. Whiting has an interesting, this is what happened. You go to take the car in to be fixed, and you get an estimate, and they say, well, for $2,800, I can rebuild the existing transmission. For $3,400, I can give you a rebuilt transmission with a warranty. And so you say, I think I'm smarter to put in the rebuilt condition transmission with a warranty, but I'm only going to charge Nick the $2,800 for the rebuilt transmission because I want a better transmission. He shouldn't have to pay for that. Nick says I shouldn't have to pay the $2,800, which was for the rebuilt transmission because
the transmission was significantly worn before Mandy had taken the car. And the reason I say that is because When we took the car, from when we took the car in Sacramento to when we got to Los Angeles, there was no difference in the drive gears, no difference in the operation of the car other than the reverse gear. The reverse gear is listed on the invoice at $296, in addition to the fact that Mr. Whiting has failed to adequately maintain his car, and he created a situation that allowed this accident to happen in the first place by not having his car inspected at a transmission service station and not having the shift linkage examined.
Okay. So, then we reach another interesting analogy that I'm going to give you so that you will understand that a wrongdoer, that's you. You're the wrongdoer. I mean, you didn't kill anybody, but you're the wrongdoer. You're the tickler. You're the wrongdoer. Takes its victim as he finds it. I'm going to give you an analogy. Robert Robber sees an old lady walking towards the subway. He says, I'm going to grab her pocketbook. He grabs her pocketbook and pushes her. And Vera victim falls down. When she falls down, she breaks her hip. And the reason she breaks her hip is because she has osteoporosis. The doctor told her last year, you better start taking some pills, because if you take pills, the osteoporosis will get better. Vera says, I don't want to take the pills. Vera breaks her hip, and within 3 months, she's dead. The district attorney charges Robert Robber with murder.
Correct.
He said, but for your actions, by knocking her down during the course of the robbery, she would be alive. Robert says it's not my fault that she's dead. It's because she didn't take her pills. His argument is he's not responsible. He knocked her down, and if she had had stronger bones, she wouldn't have broken her hip, and she would have had stronger bones if she took her Fosamax.
Right, but I would say...
She didn't take her Fosamax. Nick, listen to me. You're not going to win this one, Auntie.
Daniel Whiting says his daughter's boyfriend, Nicholas Lazzarini, owes for the cost of a new transmission. Daniel claims Nicholas knocked the vehicle into reverse while driving on the freeway.
Now, you take your victim as you find them. Sometimes we have healthy victims. Sometimes we have sick victims. In this case, you had a sick victim. You had a sick transmission with 100,000 miles on it, and maybe it should have been serviced better. It wouldn't have gotten...
It wouldn't matter.
Listen to me.
It
wouldn't have made any difference that day if you hadn't been tickling Amanda. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,800. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I put in my initial email if he'd stepped up and we could have worked something out, but he didn't want to do that.
Mandy's father never made any offer less than me paying $2,000. I thought that was completely unacceptable.
I just want to say that I love my boyfriend and my parents very much, and this has been really hard for me.
I think it was really unfortunate for her. Her dad had used her against me a couple times during this whole thing, and I feel bad for her having to deal with that.
I want them both to win, and they can. And so I just hope that it'll be all right.
And now the next case. 22-year-old landscaper Robert Tony Strong is suing his ex-fiancée, 18-year-old activities director Camille Ramos, for crashing his Buick Regal and for impound fees. Camille says she wrecked the car because she was fleeing from Robert after he threatened to kill her.
Yes, this is case number 293 on the calendar, the matter of Strong versus Ramos. You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated. Ladies, have a seat, please.
Mr. Strong, how long did you and Miss Ramos live together?
For approximately almost 2 months.
And how long did you date prior to living together?
I'd say about 9 months.
It is your claim that after an argument, that Miss Ramos got into your car, drove it erratically, drove into a fence, and wrecked your car.
Correct.
You want her to pay for the damage. Ms. Ramos says that she got into your car because she was escaping an assault by you. And yes, she did go into a fence, but it was because she was fleeing the apartment because you were assaulting her. When did this happen?
August 19th, 2004.
Tell me about it, Mr. Strong.
Your Honor, that day I came home from work. We had gotten into a verbal argument.
About what?
About money.
What about money?
Basically, we didn't have no money.
So what were you arguing with each other about? Why don't you go get a job?
I had a job, Your Honor.
And she?
She was not working at the time.
So were you arguing with her because she didn't have a job?
She was arguing with me because I was not making enough money, not supporting us enough. Then we kept arguing. I told her I was going to leave the apartment, went to go get my clothes from my bedroom.
You mean you were leaving her?
No, I was leaving the apartment for the night.
Oh, just for the evening?
Just for the evening,
okay.
So everything calmed down. Went to go grab my clothes. As soon as I did that, she darted out the door, jumped in the car, and wrecked it, Your Honor.
Okay, can I see pictures of the car, please?
Yes, ma'am. Here's all the evidence right here. Just pictures. There's also pictures in there of her damage, Your Honor.
Now, after she darted out of the apartment into the car, what did you do?
I seen her getting into the car from our bedroom. I ran downstairs. By that time, she was already in the car, leaving the apartment recklessly, driving. I ran after her to tell her to stop. As soon as I started to run, she wrecked. I ran over there to see if she was all right. About that time, she ran out the passenger door, ran into the other side of the apartment complex. About that time, I got arrested.
Got arrested for what?
I got arrested, they said, for domestic violence.
All right, Ms. Ramos, let me hear your version of the events. August 19th, 2004, you were at the apartment at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. I actually arrived at 5 o'clock in the afternoon because the evening before I had to go to an appointment. Well, I spent the night at my mom's house, and that night...
What kind of an appointment?
I actually had to go... I had to go apply for general assistance because we weren't bringing in enough money, and he wasn't allowing me to work. I had to
What do you
sneak.
mean, just a second, what do you mean he wasn't allowing you to work?
He wasn't allowing me to work.
I don't understand. Put your hand down. I don't understand that.
He wouldn't allow me to go look for a job throughout the day. I would sneak to go look for a job. And
when was the last time you were employed?
Last time when I was employed, I was 16 years old. And that was at Burger
How old are you
King.
now?
I'm 18 now. And I am employed now.
Mr. Strong?
That is incorrect, Your Honor.
Okay.
I encouraged her numerous times to get a job.
Well, tell me about it, Mr. Strong.
I even, to the point where I told her I would leave the, I would leave the car keys and everything, even to the point where I told her my mother would take her to go look for a job, Your Honor, while I'm at work.
What was the argument about on the 19th of August, Ms. Ramos?
By that point, I was just so fed up with barely making ends meet that we had to, penny pinch. We had hardly no food in the fridge, so I said, you know what, I'm going to apply for general assistance. Well, I didn't tell him that. I told my mom that. I went to spend the night at my mom's house that evening, and I didn't ask him or anything. I just packed my stuff up. By the time he got home from work, he said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to my mom's house to spend the night. I have an appointment in the morning. Well, that evening when I was at my mom's house, he called me numerous times. His mom called me numerous times saying that Tony is here. I'm sorry, Robert. They call him Tony. Tony is here at the house. He, I don't know what's going on. He's pacing back and forth. I have no idea what's going on. I told her, well, I'm here at my mom's house. I had to leave for the evening because I have an appointment in the morning. Well, the following evening, I went back home. The house was a mess. He wasn't home from work yet. The house was a mess. And finally, he walked in about 5:30, 5:15, and I was in the kitchen trying to clean stuff up. And he said, hi, babe. I didn't say anything to him. And he said, well, what's wrong? Why are you mad? I said, look at the house. Ask me why I'm mad. Look at what you did to the house. He said, well, oh, well. He said, you left me like a dog the night before, so I messed up the house. I said, that's no excuse to mess up the house. So he turned around and I said, you know what? I don't need this. I do not need you or this in my life. I picked up my house keys off the counter, which the house keys did have the extra set of car keys, my cell phone, and I started to walk out of the kitchen. He picked up a knife off of the table, started to tell me that he was going to kill me. He said, if you go and you leave me, I'll kill you. And he said, no, as a matter of fact, I'll kill myself. Started to push the knife into his neck and onto his wrist. At that point, I started screaming, and I was trying to pull it up so it wouldn't puncture him. Finally, he dropped it, and he went and he grabbed me by my neck and started pushing me up against the kitchen sink, in the corner of the kitchen sink and the stove. Started choking me. I finally pushed him off. When I pushed him off, he reached in to get a kiss. And I went like that. I said, you passed up that opportunity. And I started walking out of the kitchen. When I started walking out of the kitchen, he ran up to the front door. I got the front door open about this much. The neighbors seen me. I opened up the front door, and he went and grabbed me by my throat and pushed me up against the wall, slammed the front door. He said, you F&B, you're not going nowhere. He grabbed the cell phone out of my hand and threw it up against the wall. That's in the police report, too. The neighbors were hearing everything that was going on downstairs.
Tell me what the neighbors were hearing. Who called the police?
The neighbors.
You didn't call the police?
I did not call the police until I finally ran out of the house, but that was minutes later.
Where did you call the police from?
At the neighbor's house, but that was after I wrecked the car.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You must think that the whole world is stupid, including me.
Your Honor, that's...
Yeah, listen to me, sir. That never happened.
That did happen.
Never happened.
That did happen.
Mr. Strong, never happened in this country, sir.
And later today...
You mean you didn't say to her, if you do this for me, I'll pay you back as soon as I get the money? You didn't say that to her?
No, ma'am.
Better off without her, my dear.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Robert Tony Strong says ex-fiancée Camille Ramos wrecked his Buick Regal. Camille says she was fleeing from Robert after he threatened to kill her.
Can I see the police report, please?
Yes, ma'am. There are statements from witnesses that seen him hitting me. Sorry. It's a chunky one.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I never once hit her. Never.
He pleaded to domestic violence.
Not once did I hit her.
Speak.
The only reason I did plead to domestic violence, Your Honor, is because so I can get out of jail. I was facing 6 years in the penitentiary.
Listen to me, Mr. Strong. I didn't even ask you the question. You were arrested for domestic violence?
I was charged with domestic. I was charged with corporal injury to a spouse or companion, destruction of telephone or telegraphic, and terrorist threat.
How long had you been living in that apartment complex, sir?
For about, I'd say, a month and 3 weeks, so almost 2 months.
Do you know a woman by the name of Melinda?
I do not know, sir. Ma'am.
She's a neighbor of yours. Police interviewed her.
Okay.
This neighbor says she saw you push the defendant into a corner and you had your hands around her throat.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Okay.
I never once pushed her or grabbed her.
Your Honor, I have pictures of my injuries.
The police observed that the apartment was in a total state of disarray, sir. There was overturned furniture in the living room. There were broken parts of a cell phone in the closet in the bedroom. The bathroom door was taken off the hinges. Closet rod, which one uses for hanging clothes in the closet, was on the floor in the bedroom. How'd that happen?
That happened when I went to go grab my clothes, Your Honor. I was in my closet, and I went to go like this, bear hug all my clothes. When I did that, she pushed me into the closet.
You left that out.
I fell down, and that's how that curtain thing broke.
You left out the fact that she pushed you in the closet, Mr. Strong. How did the furniture get overturned in the living room?
I don't know about that one, Your Honor. When I came home...
How did the cell phone
get
broken and in a lot of pieces, sir? How did that happen?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You don't know?
No.
You do know that you pled guilty to domestic violence?
Yes, I do know that.
Now, when you pled guilty to domestic violence, the judge asked you to make a statement as to exactly what you were pleading guilty to. What did you tell the judge you did on the 19th of August?
I just told the judge, basically, I defended myself. She came after me with a knife. I pushed her away, and after that, I went to go get my clothes out of my closet. She pushed me into the closet. She left, and that's when she jumped in the car, wrecked it, and I ran after her.
Mr. Strong, there are all different kinds of judges in this country, some brighter than others. None of them would have accepted the plea that you just outlined to me as a plea. I'm speaking! As a plea of guilty to domestic violence. Because what you said to me was that you pled guilty, although she was guilty of domestic violence. You must think that the whole world is stupid, including me.
Your Honor, that's...
Yeah, listen to me, sir. That never happened.
That did happen.
Never happened.
That did happen.
Mr. Strong, never happened in this country, sir.
Okay.
That's never.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is what he told the judge.
I want to tell you something. You're his mother?
Yes.
Listen to me.
I was
Listen to me.
in the court when he told the judge, and he's leaving out the fact that he had a cut from her cutting him. With
Listen
the knife.
to me very, very
And that there are
carefully.
photos
I'm
and
speaking.
bruises
My
from
mouth
her.
is moving. No jurist in this country would accept a plea as outlined by your son, because what he told me was she came at him with a knife. In response to that, he went to the closet to get his clothes and left. That's what you told me.
Correct.
Right? The police support her version of the events because they say that the apartment was a disaster, which is what she says in her statement. Not that you were just waiting for her to come home and you had a discussion about money that escalated into an argument. You never put your hands on her. In addition to that, your statement and your plea to domestic violence totally fall without what I consider any kind of reason or common sense, which leads me to believe that she was escaping from your assault. She was escaping from your assaultive behavior. Put your hand down! And as such, sir, if she was escaping and if she totaled your car because she was trying to get away from you, deal with it. Your case is dismissed. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All these are excuses. You may step out.
She was planning to leave me and didn't know how to tell me, so that's how she did it.
I wasn't planning on leaving him. I was planning on bettering myself.
She had another boyfriend on the side.
When a lot of people weren't there for me, he was. But in the end, his true colors showed.
I am glad it's over, and now I can get on with my life.
For all those girls out there who you think that you need help from anyone, you don't need help from no one. You do it on your own, just like I did it, and you'll make it. You'll make it with everything you got.
And now the next debt collector Tim Stewart is suing his former friend, accountant Dawn McClevish, and her boyfriend Kerry Sean Scott for unpaid loans and an assault. Tim says when he tried to collect on the debt, Kerry Sean punched him.
Come to order. All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 302 on the calendar, the matter of Stewart versus McLevish Scott. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat.
Mr. Stewart, Miss McLevish was a friend of yours.
Yes, ma'am.
And with regard to your lawsuit against her, you claim a loan.
Yes, ma'am.
With regard to Mr. Scott, who was her boyfriend, you claim that when you went to collect that loan, he assaulted you.
Yes, ma'am.
Causing you to have injuries which required medical treatment, and you want substantial amount of money for your pain and suffering as well as your medical bills paid.
Yes, ma'am.
And you want Miss McLevish to return the money that she borrowed from you. Miss McLevish acknowledges that you gave her money, although not as much as you say you did, but she said it was a gift. And Mr. Scott says that he did in fact hit you, but it was in self-defense when you came to their home drunk. That's your defense, is that
Yes,
correct, sir? Who is this gentleman?
This is Detective Kenner.
Okay, Mr. Stewart, how did you know Miss McLevish?
She actually worked for my brother.
Did you also work for your brother?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of work does your brother do?
Collection agency.
And how long had you known her before you made her this loan?
I believe like a year and a half.
Did you just have a friendly relationship, or was it a social relationship?
We had a friendly relationship. I mean, my kid would babysit her kids. I mean, we'd have barbecues together. Me and Kerry Sean would work out together. I mean, basketball.
Kerry Sean is Mr. Scott.
Yes.
Tell me about this loan. When did you make it, and what was it for?
On Sunday, I believe it was either Saturday or Sunday, she came to me, and it was around
Month?
Easter Sunday. I'm sorry, I think it was around fourth month. She didn't have money to get the kids Easter baskets and dresses and, you know, go out for food and that. Which she came to my house, it was just her. And then I wrote out a check. You know, I had no problem with doing it because we always lent each other money.
How much did you?
$350 at the first time.
$350, and you have the canceled check?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, can I see it, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, see April 24th, and then I see another one on April 18th.
Yes.
For cash, for $850. You have Dawn 400, and who was that?
That's
Tim?
me, yeah.
450. Well, what was that for, sir?
That was for, she had, her and Kerry Sean, I guess, had wrote a bad check at a pizza place in Coeur d'Alene. And they wanted me to help, they were going to come after her, so she wanted me to help get her out of that trouble, so I went ahead and lent her the money to cover this check. Which,
How much was that?
I believe the check was $280, and then she asked for extra money for food, which, you know, I had no problem with doing.
Kerry Scott, that's you, $150. Lawn care, what is that for?
I put that down for tax reasons. Just for a memo.
Well, I know what that means. Did he ever take care of your lawn?
No, he didn't.
You can't claim that, sir. If you're looking to fool the federal government, you don't come into the court with dirty hands and then say, well, it really wasn't for lawn care, it was really a loan.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to eat that. And then house repair, Kerry Scott, $400. Is that the same thing?
Yes, it was.
Tell me something about these checks, Ms. McLevish.
Okay, the $350 check that he did write to me was for bills that I have a credit card. I don't have a checking account. It's a checking account with a credit, debit card. And so I use that. I don't write checks. I don't
care whether you write checks or not. Did you borrow money from him?
He gave me the $350 to pay me back for using my credit card to pay his electric bill and his cell bill because
Show me.
I don't have those papers because I didn't know court was going to be this soon. The $250, he loaned me $210. The $40 was to carry Sean. The $210, I was supposed to pay him back whenever. We borrowed money back and forth, like he said. It was good faith. Then he got in trouble with his brother, with borrowing money from his brother. And then on the week before the July 16th, like the 7th, whatever that Friday is, he called my house from midnight till 3:30, telling me that I owe him money. I need to pay this money back.
Stop. Mr. Scott, what about these little checks to you? $30, $100. What's all this for?
Tim wrote those checks for me because he wanted me to do him a favor. That's why he put them bogus. That's why he put the bogus.
Just a second. He gave you these checks. The checks were paid. What were they for, sir?
The truth?
No, I'm here asking you to lie. The truth.
The truth. Tim asked me to call the man to get him some drugs. And that's why he put the falsified, did yard care, and the house repairs.
Just a minute. So
that's what that was for.
So he gave you this money.
Yes.
Because you had a drug connection.
Yes.
And so you took this money and purchased drugs.
And gave them to Tim.
Purchased drugs and gave them to him.
And gave them to Tim.
And that's why you put the fake. Yeah.
Do you love it?
Never ceases to amaze me.
Me too.
In what county, Mr. Scott, were you making these drug purchases?
Kootenai County, Idaho.
And from where were you making these drug purchases? No, look at me.
I knew a guy. I called him and...
You knew a guy?
Yeah.
What's his first name?
His dude named George.
And you said you called him?
Mm-hmm.
What's his phone number?
Oh, I can't remember the number.
Where did you meet George to get the drugs?
Oh, I met George right by Tim's house. Tim knows the same dude.
Are you from the same county?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good. You're taking this all down?
Yes, ma'am.
You love it, right?
Oh, yes.
Like shooting fish in a barrel.
There'll be a phone call made tomorrow morning.
You love it.
Yes, ma'am.
Me too. Now, what kind of drugs did you purchase, sir?
That was marijuana.
Have you ever been incarcerated, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
For what?
Robbery.
Anything else?
Yep. DWI.
Anything else?
Assault.
Anything else? Never drugs?
No.
So this was a new venture for you? I just want to know, this was a new venture?
Yep, I guess so.
Okay. And when he gave you this money and you purchased the drugs, how much of a commission did you keep for yourself?
I didn't get any commission.
So you were just being a good friend?
Hey, I hooked Tim up. Tim probably give me a piece. Tim would give me a piece every now and again, you know.
Just a minute. So that...
I smoke marijuana.
Shh, just a minute. So you bought the marijuana.
Yeah.
You didn't take a commission.
No, I didn't take anything.
But you took it in kind. You took some marijuana. You said, I'll get it for you. You give me the money and give me some of the marijuana.
That's what he did.
And that's what he did. Well, that's your commission. And you didn't resell it. You used it yourself.
Yeah.
Don't you wish it was all this easy, Detective?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Next thing I know, I turn around and I'm sitting there getting hit.
And he hits the door and then he turns the knob. And that's when he got punched.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tim Stewart says former friend Dawn McClevish and her boyfriend, Kerry Sean Scott, owe for unpaid loans and an assault. Kerry Sean says Tim entered their home uninvited, so he punched him.
You decided to go get your money back.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I went...
When did you decide to get your money back?
After, I think it's been like 6 months went by.
After
and
I lost my job over it.
She was supposed to repay me out of her check.
You know, and next thing I know, I hear that I have to wait till she gets a settlement because she was in an auto accident, which that's not the agreement that we had.
What was the agreement when you gave
That she
her
would
this
pay
money?
me in full out of her check.
Well, what happened when you went over there, sir? You went over.
Well, when I got there, we had some words, and then like we usually do. Then everything settled down, and then those two went in the house, and next thing I know, I turn around, and I'm sitting there getting hit, and I'm picking myself off the ground. I mean, I didn't expect that from him at all.
What day was this, sir, when you went over there to get your money?
July 16th.
7/16.
Now I'll hear you.
On the money, when I offered to pay it, he called me on Friday and said he wanted the money the Friday before. I said, when I get paid, I'll give you something, or if my settlement comes in, I'll give you something by then. He said, my job's in jeopardy. Now I don't owe him the money. I owe his brother the money because he loaned money from his brother. So on Monday I went to work. I said, Jeff was my boss, his brother. What's going on? Is my job in jeopardy? He said, no, you owe me the money. How much do you owe him? I told him it's none of his business how much I owe him. He said, Tim owes me $1,100. I said, it's not that much. He said, well, Tim owes me, I want you to pay me. So when I got paid, my settlement didn't come. So when I got paid on Friday, I went at lunch, got $100 out of my check. I went to office to give it to Jeff. Jeff said, that's not how much. That's not the deal. He doesn't want any of the money. Save it, keep it. And I was fired.
Okay.
And so then I left on my bicycle. And then that's when I wasn't even home when these two had an incident. I was on my bike on my way home.
Then I'm going to Mr. Scott, and Mr. Scott's going to tell me what happened when he got there.
Tim called me. Well, Jeff called me first. That's Tim's brother. And he told me, he had threatened me on the phone. He said I wasn't safe. And then like 3 minutes later, he calls me and said he was on his way to my house to talk to me about some money. I told Tim, I said, Tim, don't come to my house because I don't owe you anything. Next thing you know, I went back in my house. He was pulling up in my driveway. I went outside. I told Tim to leave. I say, Tim, get off the property, leave. Tim gets out of his car. He comes to the door. I go back in again. Then he hits the door, and then he turns the knob. And that's when he got punched.
As he walked in the door, did you say anything to him?
Did I say anything when he came in? No.
Yes.
No, right
you
then
just hit him. You just hit him.
Yes.
Now, Detective, do you know anything about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to hear you, sir. Your last name? Kenner?
Kenner.
How did you become familiar with this case, sir?
I was assigned the follow-up case.
And tell me what you did during the course of your investigation.
Well, it was a day later, and I started making phone calls. First, I talked with Jeff Stewart and then Tim Stewart himself. And I tried to contact Mr. Scott himself, but I couldn't get through on the phone.
As a result of your investigation, what did you ascertain, Detective Kenner?
I felt that I could submit it for battery charges against Mr. Scott, and I did file that with the Post Falls prosecutor. And while I was still attempting to get a hold of Mr. Scott, I had received what's called a screening report back, and the charges on the battery were declined by the prosecutor.
Do you know why?
Yes, I do, ma'am. It's in the report.
Do you have? Is the report here?
I believe you have a copy of it. Yes.
Okay.
Tim Stewart says, while trying to collect money from Dawn McClevish and her boyfriend Carrie Sean Scott, Carrie Sean punched him in the eye. Detective Pat Kenner of the Post Falls Police Department is testifying on Tim's behalf.
You left out the fact that the door was locked when he was trying the door, and that you went over to the door and unlocked it and opened it. And then he put one foot inside, according to you. And that's when you started to hit him, and you hit him more than once.
Twice.
But you left out the fact that the door was locked, and you went over and opened the door.
I did not say Tim walked right in my house. I said I opened the door.
Okay, good.
Same thing I told the cops.
You have pictures of your injuries, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see them, please.
It says right here that I have the right to smack Tim by the state of Idaho. I have the right to do that.
I would like to see where it says.
Here you go.
Yeah,
right here.
I'd like to see that.
Right there. It says it right there. It says I have the right to smack him.
That's why it wasn't prosecuted.
It says it right there on the paper.
Oh.
No.
Are you telling me that I'm supposed to accept the word of the Post Falls City prosecutor?
I don't. Well, that's
Do you understand?
That's the court I was
going
to.
Let me explain something to you. Post Falls City prosecutor, age 37.
I don't know.
Judge, age unknown to you.
Right.
Experience, 40 years. Longer than Post Falls City prosecutor has been alive. Did you also tell the Post Falls City prosecutor that you were selling drugs?
No, I don't sell drugs.
Oh, sure you do.
No, I don't.
Ooh,
No,
Detective Kenner's going to tell you sold drugs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Sold drugs. You know what you sold drugs for, according to your own testimony, sir, today?
What was that?
For drugs.
No.
You sold drugs because you bartered them. Doesn't make any difference whether you got money or drugs. You wanted drugs to smoke, so you acted as a go-between, but your payment was drugs. It's no different than getting drugs for payment or getting money for payment. Detective Kenner's going to explain that to you, probably tomorrow.
Well, let him. I don't sell drugs. He can't arrest me for that. So I'm not worried about Detective Kenner. I'm not worried about him.
Mr. Stewart, what did you hope to accomplish when you went to the house that day?
Try to retrieve my money.
Okay. And
That's all.
did you know that Miss McLevish wasn't at home?
Yes, ma'am.
So why did you go over to speak to him?
Because he's the man of the house, and he usually likes handling the business. And I'd rather talk to him face to face since it went to, you know, to help his family out.
You brought it to
And
me.
if I'd have known this, I mean, I would have never lent the money in the first place to get into something like this. I mean, it's just not worth it.
Did he tell you to leave when you drove up?
No, ma'am, he didn't.
Did he tell you?
I was even at the point where I was sitting on his porch. I was sitting on the porch while he was standing right there next to me.
But there came a point, you know, I'm not stupid, there came a point where he told you to leave.
That I can't recall, honestly.
Well, when you say you can't recall honestly, had you been drinking that
Because me and
day?
him's never got into it before. I mean, never had any altercation or even a
Oh,
yellow
I
match.
assume
or...
not, because he says he was your drug dealer. I mean,
Not
so
drug
that's from
dealer.
his own, that's his own words, that he says he was your drug dealer, so, and that you'd never had any words.
Ma'am, I don't even smoke tobacco.
I understand, that's what he says.
Yeah, I know.
Right? So he was your buddy.
Yeah, he was my
When
buddy.
did he stop being your buddy, Mr. Scott?
Hey, that day when he came to the house, when he called threatening.
He didn't threaten you, you said it was his
Jeff,
brother.
yeah, his brother did.
But
then
not
he called.
him.
But then he comes down the street. He comes down the street after I get a phone call from his phone, and all of a sudden he got his phone. He was sitting right there with his brother.
But I don't understand why you said you went running out and told him to get out of here, get out of here, get out of here. Why would you do that initially without asking him any questions? You know, what's the matter, guy? You know, what are you so upset about?
Because I already went through that Friday before when he was calling the house at 12 o'clock till 3 in the morning asking for money.
And he called before asking for money because
And Tim said,
he
said, just give him something.
And
He said, give me something. I was like, what do I owe you? That's what I asked him. What do I owe you?
And what did he say?
He kept saying Don. He kept saying Don owes this, Don owes that. I say, man, you guys been loaning money for the last year and a half back and forth. They don't never put no dates down there. They get the money and they pay it back off.
Yeah, but it sounds like a civilized conversation. Was it?
Not from 12
not from 12 o'clock till 3 in the morning when he was calling from a bar and we
Drunk.
was in the house asleep.
Ringing my phone off the hook.
From 12 to 3, he would not stop calling.
That would be
Mr.
me.
Stewart, were you calling them?
That would be you.
I had to unplug my phone because he would not stop calling.
Defense, which is interesting because I've read your answer, Mr. Scott, and your answer is really pretty dissimilar from what you've testified to today.
What do you mean by dissimilar?
Well, you say that he came to your house and he smelled of liquor. You left that out. You didn't say anything about liquor today. I realized he was trying to break in the front door. I went to open the door and he came at me, smelling of liquor. I asked one last time for him to leave, none of which you testified to today, and in self-defense I hit him.
Hey, Tim came to my house. Hey, Tim came to my house, smelling of liquor, and once I told him to leave, and he don't leave, hey, like they say, I got the right to do what I got to do to remove him, and that's what I did.
Okay. I find after this hearing that the defendant, McLevish, owes the plaintiff, Mr. Stewart, $750, and that despite the fact that despite the fact that the post-Falls City prosecutor elected not to prosecute this case for assault, that Mr. Scott had no right to hit the plaintiff, that the plaintiff had not previously threatened him, that they had an ongoing relationship, that Mr. Scott did in fact open the door and without telling him to leave, which he testified to a moment ago, that he did not tell him to leave the house when he came in, despite the fact that his answer says he did, despite the fact that in his answer he says he smelled of alcohol. There was nothing in his testimonies to suggest that Mr. Stewart smelled of alcohol. He assaulted him. He hit him twice, and I find that he had absolutely no right to do that. And for that assault, I am awarding him $2,500. 052, $3,250 judgment for the plaintiff. Thank you.
On, Tim. Thank you.
Contractor David Oravec is suing his ex-wife, 26-year-old Maria Oravec, for falsely accusing him of abusing their children. David says Maria is currently engaged to his brother, Daniel.
Yeah, this is case number 266 on the calendar in the matter of Oravec versus Oravec. Parties have been sworn in. Judge may be seated. Have a seat, sir.
Mr. Oravec, the defendant is your former wife.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you married?
Almost 7 years.
And you have 2 children.
Yes, we do.
Recently divorced, and you, after a custody trial, you obtained custody of the 2 children. How old are they?
5 and 7 years, ma'am.
Your lawsuit claims, Mr. Oravec, that your wife has embarked upon a campaign to file allegations alleging domestic violence, alleging abuse of the children, etc., causing you to spend a substantial amount of money for attorneys. All of those allegations were ultimately dismissed, proven unfounded, and you want your former wife to compensate you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Oravec says that everything she said was true, and she is a good mother, and she has an absolute responsibility to report any instances of abuse of her children and abuse of herself. I gather from your complaint that this situation is exacerbated by the fact that your former wife is now either living with or engaged to be married to your brother. That's you. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you twins?
No. No.
No. How far apart are you?
2
in
years.
age? And I assume you don't speak.
No.
For how long?
Since the affair was found in my house.
And when was that?
Back in February last year.
And when were you divorced?
The divorce was entered in June 2nd, 2003.
And when were you ultimately awarded custody of the children?
Custody was done June 23rd. It was filed of 2004.
Between June of 2003 and June of 2004, with whom were the children living?
They were living with her primary.
There was a custody trial?
No, ma'am. There was a settlement.
And what did you agree to in the settlement, Ms. Oravec?
I agreed to maintain joint custody with David, as well as switching primary residency over to him on information that the law guardian had given me, stating that he was not allowed to make any changes regarding the children without first clarifying it with me.
Don't qualify what you're saying to me. You agreed that the children's primary custodian would be their father.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Can I say something? Right? The reason that we went to court is because there's 8 circumstances which warrant a change of custody of emotional abuse towards the children, and we agreed upon this because she agreed upon it because she didn't want to go to trial.
I assume, Mr. Oravec, that the recommendation of the children's attorney
Yes.
was that the children be in your primary physical
Yes, they were,
custody.
Your Honor.
And that would have been dispositive, in all probability, at a hearing. Otherwise, was there any other reason that you gave up physical custody of the children?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because you had had physical custody of the children for a year.
I was too afraid of the punishment I might get if I hadn't given up custody of them.
That, madam, is baloney.
You may think so, ma'am, but it's not.
Baloney. Okay. Let's get to the first allegation, sir, that caused you to retain an attorney.
That was back in June 18th. She filed a violation.
You have to give me a year.
June 18, 2003. Sorry, ma'am. CPS was, she filed with CPS, and then she filed the order of protection.
Okay. Do you have those reports?
Yes, I have everything. Here's the order of protection, dismissed and everything, and here's the unfounded reports from CPS.
Can I see?
Here's the amended temporary order of protection that had to also.
Just a second. You said it was in June of 2003. I have a letter here dated September of 2003, which indicates from Child Protective Services that you are the subject of a report of suspected child abuse, and I assume that it was you who made that report.
No, ma'am.
Who was it?
It was the children's pediatrician.
When did you take the children to the pediatrician, and why?
I took the children to the pediatrician on June 16th of 2003 because they had come home from a weekend with their father covered in mosquito bites, my daughter particularly, and several bruises, one of which was so large on her leg that it looked like the size of the fist, and that's what the doctor had recorded.
Mosquito bites?
22 to be exact.
Oh, okay.
As well as sunburn to the point where their skin was peeling.
Now this is interesting. Just a second. September 11th, 2003 is when they notify you that there was a report. But then I have a letter dated August 30th, 2003, which indicates that they've done an investigation and they find that there is no credible evidence was found that the children were abused or maltreated, and therefore the report has been determined unfounded. How many reports were filed?
2 altogether. One was done back in February. Way before that.
Well, that's what I want to know. There was one in
February. Sorry.
Because you can't have an unfounded letter that's dated before the report. So there was a prior report in February. Who filed the prior report?
That was done through CPS automatically because we were both arrested at our household for a domestic. She was charged with 3 charges, and I was charged with protecting myself.
What's next?
Well, since then, Your Honor, she's engaged in another filing false petitions against me now, ever since I've been awarded custody of the children. And she has done nothing but, in that last year, harassed me by going to child support and saying I'm not paying child support, which I have court documents saying that I was not willfully trying to disobey a court order.
What was the child support order?
First it was $90 a week, then I agreed to pay $100, and then I agreed to pay $150, and then because we kept going back and forth to court, she wouldn't stop filing. So they said it was not willful, and then child support, and then I was...
Just a minute. When there were orders in effect for $90, $100, and $150 a week, did you make regular payments pursuant to those orders?
I was. I constantly keep paying.
It's not true, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
He says he wasn't in willful violation of the support order because he told the court that he didn't have a job. He owns his own business.
Just a second. Did you ever tell the court that you couldn't pay this order because you were not working?
No, I did not.
Transcripts.
That was never an issue, not paying child support.
He said he wasn't working at the time. He even had his father in court to verify that he wasn't working.
That sounds like a hard story for her to make up, sir. Listen to me.
I'm listening.
He also...
Very easy to verify. Did you ever have your father in court and testify in court that you were either unemployed or didn't receive any income? Did you or did you not? The answer is either yes or no. It's very easy for me to pick up a phone and find out.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
He, at that time, had obtained a new boat, a new camper, various new home improvements to his house, and the judge asked him where did these belongings come from. He claimed that they were his brothers, his little brothers, that he wasn't working.
Else. So he was playing around with child support.
Right, that he wasn't working, and he was $2,300 in arrears at that point. At this point...
Do you have any documentation?
I didn't bring it. I didn't think it'd be brought up here.
At the time that you took him to court, he was $2,300 in arrears. I believe her.
He is currently $700 in arrears.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I have no idea why you gave him up in the first place.
Because I was stupid. Very, very stupid and scared.
If you were very, very stupid, you can't inflict your stupidity on the children.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. David Oravec says his ex-wife, Maria Oravec, owes for legal fees and harassment. David claims Maria has been filing false reports with Child Protective Services.
Now, how much do you pay?
We don't pay any.
How much? Listen to me. How much do you pay in child? Not we. How much do you pay in child support?
Neither one of us pay child support to each other.
He doesn't have to pay child support to you. He is the primary physical custodian of the children. You're supposed to pay child support to him.
He's never requested it.
Oh, Mrs. Orvik, he doesn't have to request it. You're supposed to pay it. You're supposed to give him money because he's taking care of the children. So stop complaining and fetching to me that he's $700 behind in child support. Do you work?
No, ma'am.
Get a job!
I have a job. I have 2 children.
You are not the children's primary physical caretaker.
But
get a job and
daily.
support them. That's your job. So stop fetching to me that he's behind in child support. You have as much of an obligation to pay for the children when they're in his custody as he had to pay for the children when they were in your custody.
He didn't pay when they were in my custody.
And you don't pay a dime when they're in his custody.
I purchase everything for them outright.
I've heard that. Listen to me. You know how many times I've heard that from fathers who weren't primary physical custodians? I buy diapers, and I buy milk, and I buy things for them, and I take them to the movies. That's not support. Get a job and support them. Now, When was the next order of protection that was filed, sir?
There was no more after that.
So what are you complaining about?
Because she constantly keeps bringing me back and forth to court. Now, even after I was awarded custody of the children, she filed another petition against me to try and get modification of the custody of the children again.
Let me see it.
I mean, it's a nonstop battle of harassment and attorney fees that I got to keep paying.
Well, what is this?
So now here's another petition.
Yes, what?
Like I said, with that last false petition or filed, there was a court order ordering us that we cannot go to the court for relief for 18 months unless we've attended Catholic charities. We did not attend Catholic charities, so she filed that petition in order. That was dismissed because of that.
Oh, so this was dismissed?
Yes, it was, because she went against a court order.
Your Honor,
and they
he
told
keeps
her.
dodging Catholic Charities mediation program. He refuses to schedule. He refuses to pin down a date. He refuses to pay the $30 that it costs to go through mediation. He won't pin anything down just so he can avoid losing the kids. He knows he stands a substantial chance of losing these children now.
I have no idea why you gave them up in the first place.
Because I was stupid. Very, very stupid and scared.
Well, then, you know, if you were very, very stupid, you can't... Put your hand down.
Oh, sorry.
If you were very, very stupid, you can't inflict your stupidity on the children. Right
No,
now,
I
the
can't.
children are living with their father. And
They're living with both of us, ma'am. They go back and forth each week.
You mean 1 week they live with you and 1 week they live with him?
A 5- and 7-year-old have to get carted around every other week. It's not good for them.
That's what you agreed to. Listen, if that's what you agreed to, and if you don't believe it's good for them, then they should stay with their father.
He's not good for them, ma'am.
Listen, if you're their mother, and you voluntarily settled this matter, and I'm not going into it because to me, you had custody for a year. There was something that happened that convinced you that it would not be in your best interest to proceed to a trial in this case, a trial that you would clearly lose, because otherwise, unless you suffered a substantial breakdown mentally, you would not concede custody to the father who did not have custody. So there was something that you did or something that the court could have determined, and I'm not sure what it was.
I have it.
Well, you have a report?
Yes, I do. I have the report right here.
He alleges abuse, Your Honor, but they're just allegations, and it's nonsense.
The mother has engaged in a course of conduct designed to alienate the children from their father, and it goes on to list 6 instances where she has done that. The family court judge, in modifying the order of custody, clearly found that there was a change in circumstances sufficient to change the judgment of divorce and to modify the judgment of divorce, and ordered as follows. On consent of the parties, the mother and father shall continue joint custody of the minor children, with the children to reside with the father. That's what you consented to. And the judge found that there was a basis for that. Listen to me. You haven't established, to my satisfaction, anything as egregious as to require me to direct her to pay you for filing false charges against you. But I do suggest, sir, that you have the right to seek financial support from your former wife. She has an obligation to support these children just as you did when they were living with her. And I suggest that if you want to pursue that, you should go to Catholic Charities, proceed with whatever mediation there is in Catholic Charities, and then file a petition seeking child support, unless you are an independently wealthy person. Are you?
No, I'm not, ma'am.
Good.
According to him,
that's
he
all.
is.
Out.
Thank you, ma'am.
Where's her $12,000?
She's a very brilliant woman. I'm just glad that she sees the truth like everybody else has.
Once again, David has convinced someone that he's Mr. Charming, and he's not.
She's pregnant with a child that's not even his now. And my concern is how she's going to bring another child into this world when she can't even take care of the 2 children she has right now.
That's why Daniel and I are involved. He got me out of an abusive relationship. He saw his brother beating me up. His own brother can't stand him.
Well, they're sick. There's nothing else to say.
We're going to have a nice little family once we can get someone else out of our lives and have him move on.
You know, the devil works in mysterious ways. Unfortunately, it's influenced them. Nothing I can do about it.
No, I just figure it this way. I married a boob and ended up with the prize.
And now the next case. Coffeehouse assistant manager Janice Allen is suing her late brother's friends, casino dealer Allison Cavey, and her fiancé, mortgage broker Gaetano Harris, for the return of a television. Janice says the TV belonged to her brother before he died.
Come to order, all rise. Hello? Shh. Yeah, this is case number 262 in the matter of Allen versus K.V. Harris.
Thank you.
Quite welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Miss Allen, you had a brother who recently passed away, rather young, I assume. He had diabetes and he went into a diabetic coma. The defendants were friends of his, and according to your complaint, they took a television set at your request when they were cleaning out his apartment. You said that you wanted $800 for the television set. They say that they were good friends, they did an awful lot of things for your brother, and that they can't believe that you are actually suing them for this $800 for this television set. When were you notified that your brother was hospitalized?
I was in the Caribbean at the time when he was hospitalized.
You were on vacation?
Right, with my son. I didn't find out when he was in a coma until July 3rd when he was.
When did he go to the hospital?
The prior Thursday before that July 3rd is when I found him in the diabetic coma. 2 or 3 days before she even knew her brother was in a coma.
How many siblings are there?
Well, there was 4, and now there's 3.
Where are your parents?
My mom passed away last year, and I haven't seen my dad really for 23 years. He showed up for my brother's memorial, and that was it.
How old was your brother?
He was 30.
Was he ever married?
No.
Did he have any children?
No, he didn't.
Did he leave a will?
No, he didn't.
Tell me, Miss Allen, how it came about that the defendants got possession of this television set.
Gaetano had stated to me that
Who's Gaetano?
Right here, Your Honor.
Gaetano said that he wanted...
He had talked to my brother Billy on the 25th of June. That was a Friday, the day that I left for the Caribbean. Gaetano had stated that my brother wanted me to have the TV if anything were to happen to him.
Is that what you told her?
Yes, it was.
He had also some really high powered gas RC cars, and he said that Gaetano was to have those.
I don't know what an RC car is.
Remote control gas-powered cars.
Oh, well,
I'm just telling
you. Thank you. Okay, and according to you, her brother had said that he wanted his sister, this sister, to have the TV. Now, that's not necessarily binding, but it's something that he said to you.
Right. That is correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so when we sat and we were clearing out Billy's apartment, we had a 32-inch TV that Billy had given to me. I told her that Billy wanted her to have the big screen. Her reaction was, I don't want the big screen. It doesn't fit in my apartment. So I said, why don't you take the 32-inch and we'll take the big screen. She agreed. No money was ever talked about, and no money was ever included.
Okay. Did you take a 32-inch television from your brother's house?
I took it from my son.
But it was your television?
Correct. Billy had owed me money because we were the ones who took him to the hospital and paid for his insulin. We were the ones that always got him to the hospital. Matter of fact, the plaintiff was the one who called us, said, my brother's not feeling well. Can you go over there and check on him and get him to the hospital?
Okay, well, fine.
I have a tape saying that they were going to pay for the TV and that they thought it was too much money, so they decided that they weren't going to pay for it.
Okay, I'd like to hear that tape.
Hey, Dan, this is Allison. We just got your message. We actually talked about it and decided that we're not going to pay you for the TV because $800 is too much. We told you that we would pay you $5 or $6, I think it was, at the beginning, and you said no, that you wanted $8, and well, you know, we've been friends with Billy forever. We took care of him when he was sick. We did everything for him. You guys weren't there for him. We were there for him. And by the way, we'd rather give Diane and Roger the money for the TV than you, because you're not dealing with any of this fairly. So if you have any questions, just give us a call back. Bye.
Well, that tape clearly indicates that you had an intention to pay for the television.
This is how the conversation took place. She calls us after she gave us the TV. She says, well, you know what, we found somebody that will buy the TV for $1,200. But since you were friends, we'll give it to you for $800. So this shocked us. We're like, wait a minute, I thought it was an even exchange. You know, I thought we were done. So we tried to negotiate with her and say, you know what, $800 is just too much. Plus, the TV was only originally worth around $1,300. No, we're not paying $800. So we tried to negotiate and lower the price. How far did the plaintiff go down? $750. Billy's family abandoned him. We were his family. We took him to the hospital. I called his family and told them that Billy's not doing well. He needs somebody to check on him every day. He's not going to make it a month if somebody does not. Okay? So anyways, she goes off to the Caribbean on the cruise. I go to check on him while she's out dancing in the Caribbean to see how he's doing. Okay? He's in a diabetic coma, panting, eyes glazed over.
Just a second.
He's dancing.
How sick was your brother when you left?
He was getting better. I talked to the hospital when he was released. They said he was fine. They sent him home with my other brother. My other brother took him home, and he was doing better. I talked to him that Friday.
Who's this?
This is my sister.
How far did she live from your brother?
Approximately 140 miles.
Who lives closest?
I live right downstairs below him.
When was he released from the hospital?
He was released the prior week, probably around June 20th.
Can I add how he...
No.
Okay.
Now, Miss Allen, what provisions did you make for somebody to check in on your brother every day while you were on vacation?
My brother Roger was supposed to check on him, and he actually said he went up there on July.
Where does your brother Roger live?
He lives in the same apartment building as well.
Okay. So your brother Roger was supposed to check on him every day?
Right.
But clearly did not.
He said he went up there and he thought he heard my brother like shuffle, like make a moaning sound, like go away type thing on probably, it was June 30th. He went up there and my brother was just like making a noise just to like go away. He doesn't want anybody visiting him. So he didn't go any further from that.
Wait a minute, can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
Her brother did go up there only because he called Gaetano to see what Gaetano was up to for the night, and we asked about Billy. We said, have you checked on your brother today? And he said, I haven't been over there in 2 or 3 days. You know, and we both work full time. And I said, well, get over there and check on him. You live right downstairs from him. So Roger hung up the phone with us, went up to Billy's, tapped on the window, heard him breathing, which he was actually already in the coma, calls us back, says, oh, I heard him breathing, he's fine. So we just assumed, well, we'll go check on him in the morning before work. He goes over there on his way to work the next day, finds Billy laying in his bed in a diabetic coma. Of course, he's breathing really deep, and you can hear that, but that's what he did. Nobody had checked on him.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Your useless brother who went down and checked and said, he sounds like he's breathing, he must be okay, is just that useless.
And later today...
She just gets really drunk and starts freaking out, screaming.
Just tell me what happened to the door.
She just fell through the door. She just fell through it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Janice Allen says former friends Allison Cavey and Gaetano Harris owe for the return of her late brother's TV. The couple says they were like family to Janice's brother.
Now, it seems to me, Miss Allen, that the defendants were not related to your brother by blood, but took better care of him than his own family.
I was with my brother almost every day when I was there.
Did you take him to his doctor's appointments?
He didn't have any doctor's appointments.
We took him to some.
She actually called us one time, Your Honor, when Billy wasn't feeling well and said, can you check on Billy? I think he needs to go to the hospital.
No, I didn't ask you to check on him.
You did.
Just a second.
I simply...
Listen to me. Shh. Listen to me. Did you call them and ask them to empty out his apartment?
No, I didn't.
They asked for help.
Did you call and ask for help?
I asked for help for the television. That was it. And they didn't help with anything else.
Listen to me, Miss Allen. It sounds to me as if you're making a lot of excuses for people who were very kind to your brother while he was alive. Your useless brother who went down and checked and said, he sounds like he's breathing, he must be okay, is just that useless. You, within a week of your brother being released from the hospital, took your son on vacation to the Caribbean.
I called them, Your Honor, because...
Just a minute, you called them for what?
Because I could not get my brother down the stairs to take him to the hospital.
So you called to help?
I called for help. Exactly.
Good.
I'm a single
Good.
mom.
So what are you doing here talking about a television that you have no legal... Hey, you have no legal right to sue for this television. And I would strongly suggest to you that since your brother relied on strangers to take care of him and fill in when his blood family could not, you think twice about bothering courts with this kind of lawsuit. Your lawsuit's dismissed, that's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Thank you. This is my best friend.
I was there every day.
I'm going to remember the last birthday I spent with him.
I went and talked to him and everything, every single day.
How he smiled and he had a good time and we sang karaoke. That's what I'm going to remember.
And now the next case. Retail assistant manager Linda Collins is suing her son, 25-year-old electrician Andrew Williams, for an unpaid loan to pay his bills. Linda says Andrew pawned her jewelry to get the money.
That's case number 342 on the calendar in the matter of Collins versus Williams. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated, sir.
How old are you, Mr. Williams?
25.
What do you do for a living?
Electrician.
How long have you been an electrician?
About 4 years.
You freelance or you work for somebody?
Work for somebody.
Same job?
No.
How many different jobs have you had in the last year?
2 or 3.
Have a drug problem?
No.
Ever have a drug problem?
No.
Never.
Never had a drug problem.
Did you ever use drugs?
In the past, when I was a kid, yes.
You have a gambling problem?
No.
Why is it that an able-bodied young man like you, who's 25 years old, who has a profession, has to take money from his mother?
I didn't take money from my mother.
Well, you did.
It was given to me.
You took, notice, I didn't use the word borrow, loan. You, in fact, took money. Bird, would you take these glasses from me? Now, I'm going to take them back from you. I didn't borrow them. Wasn't a loan. I took the glasses. He took the glasses. Do you understand? Why would a 25-year-old, able-bodied, non-drug abusing electrician have to take money from his mother by having her pawn her jewelry?
Financial problems.
Well, you explain that to me, sir.
Well, I mean, at the time, I was unemployed.
Oh, well, I asked you about that.
But at the time when she gave me money, I was unemployed.
Why?
Because I didn't have a job. They were laying people off. In my field, that happens. When there ain't work, they lay you off.
And when you're laid off, Mr. Williams, what do you do?
Well, you try to collect unemployment. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't.
Where do you live?
In Dallas.
Now, in Dallas, Texas, do they have car washes?
Yes.
They have people in the car washes that dry the cars when they're all finished?
Yes.
They're always looking for car dryers. Who were you living with at the time you lost your job?
Myself.
So you needed rent money?
Yes.
You have a car?
Yes. Well.
So you needed money for gas?
Yes.
And they repossessed your car?
Yes.
I'll get to you in a minute. And so your mother took her jewelry and you went and you pawned her jewelry, right?
Yes.
And you got your car out of hock.
Yes.
And then you owed somebody either some money or a television set.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Brought it over to my house. He needed a place to stay, or I needed to put the TV somewhere because he was moving out of his apartment. And
don't look at the floor. Look at me. I can tell everything.
Bills were tight on my end, so I pawned it. And
so somebody left you their television to hold on for them.
Yes.
And keep it in your house.
Yes.
And you agreed to do that.
Yes.
And then you took the television set and you pawned it because you needed cash.
Yes.
What'd you need cash for?
Rent.
Why didn't you get a job?
I was looking for work at that time.
In Dallas, Texas? Oh, I can guarantee you that there were restaurants always looking for help, car washes always looking for help.
Electrical companies weren't.
If you got to eat, you got to work. Can't steal somebody else's property. That's what you did. You took somebody's television set and you pawned it. That's stealing their property. So this person was very angry at you.
Yes.
So you went to your mother and you told her that this person was very angry and was going to hurt you unless you got him back his television.
He went to her.
Oh, he went to her and said, I'm going to hurt him unless I get my TV back. How many children do you have?
5.
Youngest or oldest?
Middle. I have given him money in the past for, like, he's got a daughter. He was trying to get custody. I gave him that money. I gave it to him. That TV, I thought, I didn't even know he had a big screen. He sold 8 rings of mine. He made a profit on them.
I'm not finished yet.
Okay.
I didn't make a profit. Everything went towards paying bills.
When you went to get the television set out of the pawn shop for your friend, how much money did you pay for it? And give me the name of the pawn shop.
Cash America Pawn Shop, I don't know, it was about 500 and some change. Not exact. I don't know
And
exact.
how much did you get for your mother's rings?
The exact amount that needed to be paid for.
Or did you get a couple of $100 more?
Huh?
Huh? Or did you get a couple of $100 more?
No, I don't think I got a couple $100 more.
Well, let's see. Do you have the
Yes, I do.
Let me see.
Here's for the TV there. There's where you got the $450 and all my rings for that day, the pawn.
So the loan amount on the TV was $450, is that right? And he got $519.75?
That's what it cost to get it out.
And how much did he get for
to
the
get
rings?
it? He got $845.75.
What'd you do with the rest of the money?
That was $326 profit.
Bills.
Did you ask your mother if you could use the rest for bills?
No.
So then you stole from this man and you also stole from your mother?
No.
Yeah, you did.
No.
You say you can say no all you like. I guarantee you I'm going to have the last word, sir. Guaranteed. If your mother pays off a debt for you because she's afraid for your health and your welfare, and she says, here, take these rings and go and just get it done.
My health was never in danger. I wasn't afraid of my life, neither. Far from that. I don't care what anybody threats.
They just buried one of his friends 2 weeks ago because of his friends, okay?
Those things, listen.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It happens. He's not afraid. He's not afraid.
You never know it that day, okay?
Yeah. Well, tell me what happened on that day.
When he found out what was going to happen, he started, Mama, please, just give me the money. Just give me the money. I'll pay you back. I'll pay you back.
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
Where you come up with that?
Mr. Williams, I don't want to hear
But she's lying.
No, I'm not.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Have a talk with him.
Sure.
Thank you.
He was...
In here.
Let Bert do his thing.
Mm-hmm. So that we
But I'm not going to let her lie to me, though.
You're not listening to me. I want you to listen. Just finish the case. Speak when you're spoken to. It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay?
Sure.
You understand me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, you're going to have an opportunity to speak again.
Okay.
When your mother is speaking, don't interrupt her.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Next time somebody threatens to break his kneecaps, let him. He can't keep a job because if he's not using drugs, he has an attitude problem.
Bingo.
And later today...
You made a lot of payments.
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you stop for?
I guess we split up and I didn't get around to it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Linda Collins says her son, Andrew Williams, pawned her jewelry so he could pay off his debts. Linda claims Andrew's life was in danger.
When did he tell you that he would return the money that you gave him for the car?
For the car, he told me that he would get the rings out, and they all went in on separate, tickets so he could get it back. And he made a couple payments of $80. That don't cover interest, though. Here's the tickets for that, and they don't cover interest.
So he made a couple of payments?
No, he gave me two $80 payments and a $50 payment. That's interest, and I told him that. I said, Andy, this isn't getting the rings. This is interest.
Okay, but he did give you some money?
Yeah.
There you go. Andy, how come you gave your mother some money?
Goodwill gift.
Here's a letter from the dealership.
I don't need it. I don't need it. He's just a smart aleck. You know what?
Yes, he is.
Next time somebody threatens to break his kneecaps, let him. Let him.
I'm his mother. He could do this to me.
Yeah, let him. Okay, so that's the car. He made some payments on the things that he pawned. When you started to tell me, when this man came to you and told you that he had pawned this TV, did you call your son?
Yes.
And what happened when you called your son?
He said he's got to get the TV out. The guy was going to file theft and threaten damage to Andrew, everything. And I thought, I can't bury my son. I can't do that. I'm a mother.
That would be a blessing.
Okay, so, I did what any mother, I loaned him the money. He told me he would get my jewelry back, not a problem. And he's an electrician. I don't even make $10 an hour. He's an electrician.
He was an unemployed electrician, so it doesn't make any difference how much...
I can't help he can't keep jobs, and he goes right back to work.
He can't keep a job because if he's not using drugs, he has an attitude problem.
There you go. Bingo.
Unfortunately, you can't take a pill for that.
I know.
How much is it going to cost to get all your rings out of...
A lot of my rings have been sold.
Well, how much is it going to cost to get what's left?
It's going to run right around $5,000, but the value was $13,000. But he didn't care.
Can I see photographs, please?
And here's one of the rings that's sold now. That's it was certified. That's what that is. Okay. Judge Judy?
Yes.
This is what he has now that's more important.
Listen to me. He won't have it for long.
I know that. You're right.
So don't,
It's paid every month. I ain't worried about that.
He won't have it for long.
I know that.
So, got it?
Yeah.
Mr. Williams, the truck that you now own, did you buy new or used?
Brand new.
And how much money did you put down on it?
$1,000.
How come you didn't get any of these rings back for your mother?
Because I didn't owe her any money.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. Don't give him any more money.
Oh, I have no intention.
Good.
Thank
Parties
you.
are excused. You may step out.
His real attitude came out. That's my son. I'm embarrassed for him.
When I bought that brand new truck, she kind of got angry with me because it's brand new and she drives a piece of crap.
I had to stalk him to try to get my money, and I couldn't get it out of him.
It'd be a nice break. She kind of gets on my nerves sometimes.
Oh, he'll get a break. When I get him home to Texas, he getting a break.
She just listened to a bunch of lies from my mother. I don't believe any of it.
I'll take care of that boy when we get to Texas. Okay, we have our own ways of dealing with stuff. I will take care of him.
And now the next case. 27-year-old student Julie Lagos is suing nightclub owner Jack Wade for damages due to an assault. Julie claims one of the club's female bouncers punched her in the head.
Come to order, all rise. Yes, case number 317 on the calendar, the matter of Lagos versus Wade. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Mr. Wade, you own a bar?
Yes.
The plaintiff was a patron in that bar?
Yes.
You had an employee in that bar? Female employee?
Yes.
In what capacity did you employ this woman?
The woman is a security.
And according to Miss Lagos, this female security guard at your bar assaulted her without provocation. Now, there is some merit to her statement because this security guard pled guilty to assault, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Let us take that as a given. She pled guilty and then she fled the jurisdiction after sentencing. That's what it says here, right?
Yes.
Miss Lagos said she was injured and she wants to be compensated.
Correct.
When were you assaulted in Mr. Wade's bar?
On November 27th of 2003.
Tell me about it.
I was at the bar with a girlfriend. I have never been to that bar before. I went into the bar. I lost my friend. So I proceeded towards where I saw a bouncer at the exit. I asked him, what do people do when they lose their friends? He told me that I can try calling her on my cell phone, which I proceeded to do. And then afterwards, when I tried to come back in, he wouldn't let me back in. And so I was just inquiring on, well, how do I get back in? I'm lost. I've never been here before. And then out of nowhere, the security guard that came in, and she didn't know the conversation at all. And she just butted in and said, what's the problem? And I told her, I said, you know, please don't talk to me that way. You don't know what's going on. And then out of nowhere, she'd hit me on the right side of my head. I started crying. I've never been in a fight before. I asked the bouncer to get me assistance. I felt dizzy. I felt like I was going to pass out.
When she hit you, what did she hit you with?
A closed fist. The bouncer told me at that point to go home and drink it off. It happens all the time. They refused to call the owner. They refused to call any assistance for me. So I went on my cell phone. Another person who was there helped me walk to my car, and I dialed 911.
Either one of you there that evening?
Right, yes.
Were you at the door?
Yes.
Step up. Tell me your name.
Kevin Kinzis.
How long have you worked for Mr. Wade?
I'm a customer there.
You were a customer?
Right.
A regular customer?
Yes.
How did it come about that you accompanied Mr. Wade to court today?
Just I came back there and asked what happened.
Came back
I came back to the establishment and asked him what happened because I saw a bunch of stuff going on at the back exit.
Well, what kind of stuff did you see going on, Mr. Kinsis?
Well, I was leaving through the other exit, and I seen her going through this exit.
Yes.
And I saw the bouncer saying, you can't come in through this exit. And it just...
And what?
This girl came by and...
Which girl?
This security guard.
Security guard came by and?
She said, shut up, you bull dyke, beep, and then, like, flicked her hair.
What? Who said what to whom, sir? You're not being clear. I want you to be clear.
The security guard.
Security guard said to her.
You cannot come in through here.
Yes.
And I heard, shut up, you bull dyke.
Who said it?
The security guard said it to her.
To her. So the security guard cursed her.
Right.
And then hit her.
Well, flicked her, not... I mean, hit her, just like flicked her hair.
And then what did you hear?
That was it. I just left.
So you didn't that really wasn't much of an incident?
No.
So what did you go find Mr. Wade for?
I just asked him what happened that night.
When did you ask him what happened that night?
Probably a week later.
Why would you even think about asking him what happened a week later, sir, if what you described to me was truthful, Mr. Kinsis, that nothing happened, somebody got their hair flicked? Why would that even stay in your mind, Mr. Kinsis?
I just asked him what happened back there, and he told me.
What did he tell you?
That some girl tried getting into the exit, and are you a witness? And I said, yes, I saw it. What happened?
Sit down.
Huh?
Aren't you sorry you made a fool of yourself?
Yeah.
Sit down.
All right.
Good. Mr. Wade, Mr. Kinsis is sorry he made a fool of himself.
I think he's scared.
Now, were you hospitalized?
No, I didn't have insurance at that time.
Just listen to me. Answer my question. Were you hospitalized?
No, ma'am.
When for the first time did you seek medical assistance?
The next morning.
Do you have a report from a doctor?
I do, ma'am.
May I see it, please?
Can I add something?
Yes.
In case you can't read it, the last paragraph of this police report basically says the detective had a call because the...
May I see the police report, please?
Here's the police report, and here's the last paragraph right here.
Oh. Okay. Any medical follow-up?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I see it, please?
Anything else you got?
No, sir. I have the docket report. I don't know if you need that.
What's your last name?
Dewberry.
What are you doing here?
I was the one that discussed this with her, settling.
You work for Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Stand up, please. What did you discuss with her?
I discussed going over her medical bills with her and coming up with a settlement for the incident that had happened.
When did you first have your conversation with her?
In July of 2004.
When did Miss Mullen plead guilty?
I don't know.
When?
She pled guilty at the end of April of 2004 by the district attorney.
So what took you so long? Why did you wait until July?
That's when I was first contacted by her.
When had she contacted you, Mr. Wade?
About June.
Not before June?
No.
Even though this incident happened in November?
Right.
Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not right.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
According to the police, this lady was not intoxicated. She was not sloppy. What are you laughing at? Are you inappropriate or what?
And later today,
women don't like to be made a fool of. Sometimes they cut your clothes in half with you in them.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Julie Lagos claims nightclub owner Jack Wade owes for damages from an assault. Julie claims she was punched in the head by a female bouncer.
Now, when did you first
I first contacted him in December. He said that he was willing to work with me, but he was not going to settle with me for anything until he knew whether or not Lisa pled guilty by the district attorney.
That sounds right. This lady didn't wait, sir, until June. She went to the doctor right away, and she contacted you right away.
That's not true. She called me in June. I didn't know that anything was going on with her. She called me and she told me she'd been there. And
Let me tell you something, sir.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
You see this gentleman over here? He came and testified a moment ago at your request. He said that he spoke to you a week after the incident, which would have been in December.
Yeah.
And you asked him if he could be a witness.
No, I didn't ask him if he would be a witness.
He volunteered to be a witness.
No, he coming to me. No.
Right?
Right.
Right. That's what he says, Mr. Wade. Volunteered to be a witness. Now, why would you need a witness if the plaintiff did not contact you from November until June?
He came to me in December, and he said, I was out there that night and heard this commotion, a bunch of yelling, and I said, oh, I said, did you see it? And he said, yeah. I said, what happened? He didn't know why she was yelling and all, just what he saw.
Mr. Wade, you're pulling my leg, sir.
No, I'm not pulling your leg.
Yeah, you are, sir. You're pulling my leg.
No, I'm not.
Because this lady did not wait after she was assaulted in your bar 7 months before she contacted you to be compensated for the assault. Let's get over that, because it doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, Mr. Wade, it's not true.
No.
Now,
I have a document here in July that she faxed us stating the damage done to her in July on her own father's fax machine.
Just 1 second. I'm not saying she didn't fax you that in July. I'm not saying she didn't contact you in June. I'm saying it was not the first time she contacted you. The first time she contacted you was prior to June. Now, when was your settlement negotiation with her?
I started discussing them with her in July.
What did you offer her?
I didn't offer anything. I offered to go over the medical bills with her.
Yes.
And come to some sort of settlement. She was first seeking $10,000.
Yes.
We met again, and we came down to a $5,000 settlement based on the fact that these bills were true.
Okay, well, did you read the report from the detective?
No, I didn't
Well, the
receive
report from the
that.
detective indicates that the detective had conversations with a treating physician, whose report I do have here, who indicates that she was in fact injured, that the tenderness in her head was consistent with that injury, that in the opinion of the doctor it was a result of being hit in the head. Okay? Now, whether she had medical bills or not, even if she had no medical bills, you're still responsible. You're liable. You hired somebody to work in your establishment who you shouldn't have hired. I don't know what kind of background investigation you did, but certainly you're responsible. If somebody walks into your bar and a member of your staff assaults them, you're liable. You're liable for her pain and suffering. You're liable for her humiliation. You're liable if she gets dizzy, if she has flashbacks, if she has nightmares. Don't you get that, Mr. Wade?
I understand that. That's why we asked Kim to settle with her to see what the amount would be.
Well, then let me ask you this question, sir. What was the amount that you ultimately offered her?
They talked a discussion about $5,000. And she was
So what
ready.
are you doing here? If you offered her $5,000 and that's the maximum that this court can award, why are you here?
When Kim went to settle with her, we said about 7 to 10 days that we'd check the bills and get back to her. Now, on the 9th day, she called Kim up, yelling and screaming at her, and said if we don't have the money by 5 o'clock that day, the deal's off.
Let me ask you a question. If you said you understood what I just said to you, that whether she had medical bills or not, she was assaulted in your bar by one of your employees, and you are responsible. If she had a headache for 3 days, if she had dizziness, if she had tenderness in her head, which is consistent with the medical reports that are here from the detectives, you're responsible. How long did it take you from July to get back to her?
It was probably August when I was told that we'd probably, if he agreed to it, we'd settle in 7 to 10 days. On the 9th day, she called me and told me I better effing figure out a way to get her her money tonight or I'd be sorry. Then she called me back again.
So
and
just a minute. So you told her you were going to settle with her in 7 to 10 days. On the 7th day, you didn't settle with her. Get her a check. On the 8th day, you didn't settle with her. On the 9th day, you didn't call her. She called you.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, can I say something?
Sure.
The 7th and 8th day was on a Saturday and Sunday.
Then she shouldn't have said to her 7 to 10 days. She should have said 10 to 14 days.
I didn't do that.
You have a responsibility, Mr. Wade, that when you hire a security guard in your place of business, that you've done an appropriate background check. Now, I'm not going to ask you what kind of background check you did on this woman, because I don't think you did one. Because anybody who is convicted of assault and then takes off, this is not their first offense. This is not the first time that they have been involved in the law. That's your responsibility. And if because of your dereliction and your responsibility to make sure that not only are your doors covered, that people don't sneak in, but that your patrons are safe in your establishment, safe from being assaulted.
Julie Lagos claims nightclub owner Jack Wade owes for damages from an assault. Julie claims she was punched in the head by a female bouncer.
Now, according to the police, this lady was not intoxicated. She was not sloppy. What are you laughing at? Are you inappropriate or what?
She said she filed a report the next day. I just heard her say that.
On 11/27, date of the incident, I was dispatched. I officer was dispatched to South Manchester. Is that where you are, sir?
Yes.
All right. She was not intoxicated. That's the detectives. Why do you think this is funny?
I'm not laughing at you.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm very excited that justice was served.
I don't want to get into that.
Words can't even say. I've tried and tried again, and he played me, and now he's the one that got played.
I have nothing to say.
He was slick and just didn't want to deal with Julie.
I don't want to talk about that.
On the last day, he told me, see, try and take me to court, and I took him to court, and I prevailed.
I'm very upset right now.
And now the next case. 25-year-old homemaker Tanya Gwatney is suing her sister's former friend, warehouse worker Dennis Hicks, for throwing her through a glass table during a night of heavy drinking. Dennis claims Tanya started the fight and he is countersuing for a false arrest.
Yeah, this is case number 320 on the calendar in the matter of Gaffney versus Hicks. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Have a seat. You're welcome.
Ms. Gaffney, the defendant is a friend or was a friend of your sister's.
Correct.
According to what I read, you were visiting at his home.
Yes.
Your sister was there?
Yes.
And maybe some other people. According to you, Mr. Hicks, for no apparent reason, assaulted you, causing you some serious physical injury. He was, in fact, arrested for that assault and ultimately acquitted, found not guilty.
Yes.
So you are suing him civilly for the injuries that you sustained. Mr. Hicks says that you, in fact, instigated this fight. You hit him. You had been drinking. He is counterclaiming. He wants money for the cost of defending his criminal case, as well as damage to his door that he claims that you caused. Is that right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When had you gone over to Mr. Hicks's home?
October 24th, 2003.
What time?
Probably about 7 or 8 o'clock.
In the evening?
Yes.
Who did you go over with?
With my daughter.
How old is your daughter?
She was 1 at the time.
And where was your sister?
She was catching a cab over there. She was on her way over with her 2 children.
What were you going to do at Mr. Hicks's home?
Just getting out of the house that I was staying in. We was going over there to kick it, have fun.
Had Mr. Hicks invited you to come over?
Yes, he did.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you got there, Miss Gaffney?
What happened when we got there, okay, we was sitting down. He went and got some beer. There was another girl there, and we was just at the time just talking, having fun. My sister came in, her and the girl had left. And I watched the kids while she was gone. All the time he was talking about this girl, how she was, you know, just talking real bad about her.
You mean the girl that your sister was with?
Yes. So when they got back, my sister and her was in a room. And I went up in there and I asked the girl, did she want to move in with me? I told her she could pay me $25 a month and I let her stay with me. Okay, Mr. Hicks got upset.
Did you know her?
No, she was a friend of my sister's.
And you had never met her before?
No, I haven't.
So you went over to her, never having met her before that evening, and said to her, would you like to move in with me for $25 a month?
Yes, I did.
How old are you?
I'm 25 now.
Who else lives in your home besides your daughter?
Just us two, my daughter and my sister.
Well, what did you know about this girl who you asked to move in with you?
I didn't know too much about her, but my sister knew her, and I figured that she needed some help at the time.
Okay, so you asked her if she wanted to move in with you for $25 a month.
Yes.
And then what happened?
Mr. Hicks got upset. He told us that we had to leave. He grabbed my daughter by her arm, pulled her out the room. I got up, I asked him, why is you touching my child? And he grabbed me by my neck, slammed me against the wall, and slammed me on top of the glass table.
And what happened to the glass table?
It broke, and my back, I missing skin off my back and had 7 stitches put in.
So that's how your back was injured, because the glass top table broke?
Yep.
Then what happened?
There's another guy that was there. He came in, he grabbed Dennis up off of me, and I ran out of the room, ran into the living room, grabbed his phone, called 911.
Grabbed whose phone?
Mr. Hicks' phone.
And the police came?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Hicks, let me hear your version of these events, sir.
Your Honor, Miss Adams, who is Miss Gaffney's sister right there, she was already at my home with her 2 kids. Miss Gaffney called my home looking for her sister. She asked, was her sister there?
Does that sound right? Is that coming back to you now?
No, it's not true.
Okay, go ahead.
So therefore, I stated, yeah, your sister's here. So then she asked, could she come over? I told her no, because of a previous incident that had happened.
What was the previous incident?
What the previous incident was her and her sister were at my home one evening, and she was drinking and everything like that. She went into the bathroom. A half hour had elapsed, and me and her sister started getting worried. So we finally got the bathroom door open. She was sprawled out on the floor of the bathroom, and my pills, my medication, I'm an epileptic, were on the floor as well. Bottle open, pills sprawled out. We dragged her from the bathroom into my bedroom, put ice on her, you know, tried to smack her to get her to wake up and everything like that. Finally, she woke up. So I had that incident in my mind.
So you told her not to come over?
Right, but...
Does that sound like something that may have happened, Miss Adams?
I have something to say.
Miss Adams, listen to me very carefully.
Yes.
He's just described an incident where you had to go into his bathroom to retrieve your sister from the floor of his bathroom. Did that or did that not happen?
Yes, it happened.
Good. Now sit down.
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
After that, everyone kept saying, no, man, come on, let her come over, man. So finally, I gave in. So what happened then was she came over, everyone had started drinking and everything like that. The lady walked in. I'm calling her the lady. Okay, it's the same one she offered the $25 to for the room.
Gotcha.
She came in, looked at Miss Gaffney and said, ooh, she got a nice fatty.
A nice what?
Fatty.
Fanny.
Fatty.
Fatty.
F-A-T-T-Y.
A nice fatty. What does that mean?
Backside.
Rear end. Okay.
And smacked her on her backside. Okay? Miss Gaffney smiled a little bit. So then the lady, Miss Adams, they went into the bathroom for about maybe 5 minutes. They left.
Miss Adams and the lady left?
Yes, they left.
Okay.
So therefore, it was just me, Miss Gaffney, Johnny, Lanier. Okay? She was drinking and she was talking about the lady and everything. So me and Johnny, who knew things about this lady, tried to tell her, do not mess with her. Don't get involved with her. You know, she's no good. She will steal from you. She will rob from you. She has a
bad news.
She has a disease, okay?
Bad news.
Exactly.
Got it.
She didn't want to listen, okay? She said, I'm grown. I'll make my own decisions, who I mess with, who I don't. So then I simply told Ms. Gaffney, I said, okay, if that's the way you want it, fine. As soon as they come back, y'all can leave, just like that.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
They were in the room smoking marijuana, and so I patted her daughter behind the neck, and I said, you shouldn't be in here while they're doing that.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tanya Gaffney says her sister's former friend, Dennis Hicks, body slammed her on top of a glass table. Dennis says Tanya hit him in the head with a beer can.
Okay. All right.
So they came back.
You mean Miss Adams and the lady?
Right. Came back. And so they all went into the bedroom. So we're sitting outside and everything.
What did you think they were doing in the bedroom, Mr. Hicks?
I have no idea.
Okay. Go ahead.
You know, that would be speculating on my behalf. I can't do that. So we were all just sitting outside and everything like that, you know, in the living room.
Where was the little girl at the time?
In the bedroom with them. So then I went into the room. I said, excuse me. I said, y'all got to go, man. I said,
okay, you wanted them out.
I said, y'all got to go. So I left, went back and sat on the couch. About 10, 15 minutes went by, came back again. I was just totally done with it then. I said, yo, y'all got to go or I'm going to call the police. Miss Gaffney stood up. Her daughter was right next to her, was right near the door. So they were in the room smoking marijuana at that time, okay? And so I patted her daughter behind the neck. I did not grab her arm or anything. I patted her behind the neck and I said, hey, I said, you shouldn't be in here while they're doing that. The lady screamed out, girl, don't let him touch your daughter. What he touching your daughter for? She got upset. She came in my face, she started hollering, she started cursing, took a beer can, hit me right upside the right side of my head with it, and started hollering, get off my daughter, get off my daughter. So what I did was I put my head down, I wrapped my arms around her, and I pushed her up against the wall, okay? So she's still hollering and punching and screaming. At that time, the table was approximately about 1 foot from where we were. And she moved, she slipped, we both fell on the table.
But her back hit the table.
Yes,
You
it
fell
did.
on top of her.
Yes, it did.
And that's how it happened.
Yes.
Okay.
At that time, my friend came, he lifted us off.
Excuse me.
She ran out. So then I came out, noticed that the cell phone was gone. So I figured she took it. So she was outside. So then about 15, 20 minutes later, I hear this bamming on my door. I'ma kill you. Bam, kicking, everything. So I'm looking through the peephole. Next thing I know, I see her with the phone in her hand. Bam! And she smashed the window. At that time, I just went back into the living room.
Got it.
So then the cops came, Oh.
Cops came, you were arrested. You had a jury trial?
It was not a jury trial,
You had
Your
a
Honor.
bench trial for
Yes,
a
Your
judge?
Honor. Yes.
Did you put on a case, Mr. Hicks?
Yes.
Did you have any witnesses?
I had 4.
At the trial?
Yes.
You had 4 witnesses. Who
Yes.
testified at the trial?
No one.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that?
Because she had no witnesses.
So she testified only at the trial?
Yes.
So you rested. After she testified, you rested?
Yes.
And the judge dismissed it?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Now I'll hear you.
He's lying about me trying to give him an uppercut or whatever, trying to hit him.
Is he lying about you smoking marijuana in the bedroom?
He's lying about that, too.
I don't believe that.
I swear, he's lying. I admit I do smoke weed, but I didn't smoke weed. I ain't had no money that night.
What were you doing in the bedroom?
We was in a room talking.
What were you doing in the bedroom?
Talking.
When Mr. Hicks came in and told you to leave, why didn't you leave?
He came in there once and told us to leave.
I just said to you, listen to me very carefully. When Mr. Hicks came into the bedroom and told you to leave, why didn't you leave?
We was going to leave. We had 3 kids. We had my nephew was on the couch asleep. My niece was in the room with us, and my daughter was in the room with us.
And is what you're telling me that you or anybody else in the room wasn't smoking marijuana in there?
No, it wasn't.
I don't believe you.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay, now, he is lying about all that, Judge Judy, because he came in the room and he said he grabs her daughter by her arm and was like, get out, you got to get out, like that, right? So he came in the room, they got to arguing because he grabbed her daughter. So they got to arguing, and he just took his hand and put it around my sister's neck like this, threw her against the wall like this, and threw her down on the table. And that's what happened. And I tried to help my sister, but I couldn't because he's strong. He's very strong, and I couldn't help my sister just because.
You should have left when he told you to leave.
Left? He only told.
Now listen to me. You should have left when he told you to leave.
I understand what you're saying, Judge.
Good. Now, so sit down.
Tanya Gwathney claims she was assaulted by her sister's former friend, Dennis Hicks. Dennis says Tanya hit him in the head with a can of beer.
What else?
I have pictures.
Can I see them, please?
I have pictures.
Sorry.
Picture of the table, and that's the window. And
Mr. Hicks, the time immediately prior to this October 24th date, was that the date that Miss Gwathney collapsed in your bathroom?
No.
When
it was the time prior to that.
Okay. So there was one time when she came and she didn't collapse in the bathroom.
Correct.
So why were you so adamant about her not coming over?
Because I still remembered that one time.
But you had invited her over after that.
Yes, but it was still on my mind.
That doesn't make sense, Mr. Hicks.
Okay.
It would make sense to me if she had collapsed in the bathroom, which I believe she did.
Okay.
And I believe she probably opened up your pills, and your pills were hanging out there.
Okay.
And I can understand you saying, I don't want her to come back, because that I believe. I believe that happened. Do you understand?
Yes.
And where was your daughter when you collapsed in the bathroom?
Was she asleep? I think she probably was asleep at the time.
What makes you think that age 25 you can subject your daughter to that kind of behavior?
28-year-old student Sarah Pounders is suing her former friends, Tamara and Michelle Mansour, for the unpaid balance on a Saturn SL1. The couple claims Sarah forgave the debt.
Miss Pounders, you violated one of my first rules of life. You sold a used car to friends, right?
Well, frenemies, yes.
What did you say?
Frenemies.
Frenemies?
Yeah, I was kind of making a joke. You know how friend and enemies, the word together is frenemies.
Frenemies. Only Bird makes jokes here.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sarah Pounders claims former friends Tamara and Michelle Mansour conned her out of a Saturn SL1.
Okay, when did you sell them the car?
On March 4th of this 2004.
What kind of a car was it?
A 1997 SL1 Saturn.
Car that you liked?
Yes.
Thought it was a good deal?
The deal was good. It worked out good because she would let us make payments, and we were in the process of buying a house, so it worked out really good.
So it was a good deal?
Yes.
So why didn't you finish making the payments?
Because Oliver and me used to be...
That's Oliver.
Correct. We used to be really good friends, best friends for a while, and I used to live in the same apartment complex as Sarah. They ended up being friends, they were dating for a while, and then they broke up. And then in between, when I saw Sarah on and off, she would always say, oh, I miss Oliver, I miss Oliver. One day, me and my wife were talking, we really needed to get a second car. And so we coincidentally came home and saw a for sale sign on Sarah's car. And I went and talked to her. Oliver was with me that day when I went to see her. So she was excited to see him.
Get to the point. You bought the car.
Well, it leads up to, because it's hard to, when we got home, there was a note on our door from Sarah saying that I'll take $200 down and I'll take $200 a month. You don't have to pay it on the first. There's a problem with the car. You can take it off the payments. And that was it.
Show me the note.
I don't have the note on me, but I don't think she denied the fact that she wrote it.
Yeah, I read in the note something.
And what was said in the note? Let's see if we agree what the note said. That she would take $3,600.
Yes.
Take payments of $200 a month.
Certainly.
That you didn't have to make the payments on the first of the month.
Right.
And that if there was something that went wrong with the car, they could deduct that from the money.
Right.
That was an idiotic thing to say.
I know. I agree.
But you agree that you wrote it.
Yes.
What else did the note say?
That was the most important part. The rest was just...
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So you decided to buy the car.
Yeah.
Now I got the backstory. Wonderful. Yeah. Get on with it. Why did you stop making payments on the car?
Later on, me and Sarah were talking on the phone, and she said, oh, I'm so happy that you hooked me up with Oliver that I'm not worried about it. You can just keep the car. Word for word.
And you said, don't be ridiculous. We had an arrangement. I'm glad that you and my friend Oliver are back together again, and I wouldn't think of taking advantage of our friendship like that. Of course I'm going to continue to make payments. At what point in the conversation did you say that, sir?
I didn't say that, because Sarah doesn't need to worry about money. She's a trust fund baby.
Maybe that's why you think that you didn't have to pay her.
I didn't have to pay her because she said that.
Did you say that to him?
I absolutely did not.
Absolutely not. If she wanted to give you the car, she would have given you the car. I don't believe you.
Well,
I don't believe you. And you want to know something? If I don't believe you, then you're a liar.
Well,
Because it doesn't make... Oh, yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No.
And not only that, but you're not honorable. Not only that, but you're not honorable. What do you want to show me?
I am honorable. Because
He's on probation for breaking into a car and attempting to steal it. And... Oh, I thought you motioned for me. Sorry.
I don't do much around here. Let me do that.
Can I make a comment?
Mm-hmm.
He took the title out himself, filled it all out, and told me, this is what you do, you sign here. I know all about selling cars, Betty, it's all right, you can trust me, you're my buddy. And he told me that if I were to sign, I would still be the legal owner of the car. He would just have to do that to insure the car. And that's why I signed it, because I trusted him as my friend.
He's a slick liar, and you signed this bill of sale? Did you sign this bill of sale?
Yes. Sarah's a habitual liar herself. She filed a Grateful Dead concert.
Is she a felon? Is she a convicted felon?
But she's an acid
That's just
user.
it. Is she a convicted felon?
No, but she does acid.
When you went, listen to me. When you were arrested by the police and you appeared before the court for the first time, did you enter a plea? I'm speaking to you.
I refuse to answer that question.
Oh, God, listen to me. Don't sell anything to friends. You always wind up the short end of the stick, especially when you're dealing with people who have no moral fiber at all. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,900. Thank you.
Dodge therapist Carla Hartunian is suing political science professor Najib Godman for medical bills and pain and suffering. Carla says Najib's 10-year-old daughter ran into her with a shopping cart.
Miss Hartunian, who is this lady?
This is my daughter. She was there right after the impact with the shopping cart.
Mr. Godman, this is your daughter. You're 9?
10.
Okay. According to your complaint, this little girl was shopping at a food store at the same time you were shopping. She was shopping with her father. And there was an accident, and she hit you with the shopping cart that she was rolling in your ankle, back of your ankles. And you are claiming injury to your ankles, to your back, requiring medical care, loss of wages, pain and suffering, etc., to the tune of $5,000.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant says this was an accident. He's sorry that it happened. He agreed to pay your medical bills if there was a problem, but he thinks that you're trying to scam him.
Yes.
When did this accident happen, Miss Cartolina?
June 15th, 2003.
And where were you shopping?
In the produce section of Walmart.
And you were shopping in the same place?
Yes.
Tell me what happened.
I was standing still looking at strawberries, Your Honor, and I heard running footsteps. Before I could turn around to see what it was, I was struck in the back and in the ankle. I snapped backwards and went almost down. I was holding my shopping cart, so I did not go all the way down. And the pain was immediate and excruciating.
Okay. So you were hit in the buttocks?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the ankle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did either of those two areas bleed?
No, but the ankle...
Just a second. Just answer my question.
No,
either one of those two areas bleeds? The answer is no.
No.
Did you have any black and blue marks on your buttocks?
A small one.
Did you take a photograph?
Not of that.
Did you have any black and blue marks on your ankles?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take any photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see the photograph. You can step up because Bert probably had an emergency. You don't look dangerous to me. Thank you. So it wasn't both ankles, it was one ankle.
One ankle.
One ankle that is clearly, it looks as if it's black and blue. So the extent of your injury, visually, was a black and blue ankle. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what happened when you were hit? Did Mr. Gadband come up to you immediately?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He was very nice. He told me he was sorry and wanted to know exactly what happened. I told him I was crying at the time and in very much pain.
Where were you in pain? In your ankle?
In my ankle, right.
Okay. Go ahead.
He was very, very nice. Over and over, he reiterated, it's going to be fine, it's going to be all right, I'll take care of it. Do you want to go to the doctor? He said, I'm a professor at the university, I'm a responsible person. Don't worry. He said, it's fine, I'll take care of it. Very, very nice.
Good. What happened?
Well, the Walmart people brought me ice and a chair, and I sat down in the chair and put the ice on my ankle. I sat there for about 15 minutes. The pain started subsiding a little bit, and I stood, and I saw that the ankle was not broken, that I could put weight on it. So Mr. Godband said, if you have any trouble, if you need to go to the doctor, I will pay for it. He wrote down his number and his name on the back of my grocery list.
Great. So far he's done everything right. So, I assume you went to a doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
And I assume you had medical bills.
Yes, ma'am.
From going to the doctor. So did you call him and tell him about your medical bills?
Yes.
When did you call him?
Maybe less than a week later.
Okay. And?
He was not nice anymore.
Go ahead.
He was very mean and hateful.
Well, just a second. What did you say to him?
I told him that after I got home that night, I began having pains in my back. And the next day when I woke up, I could hardly stand up. It was very, very painful. So I did go to the doctor that day. The doctor did a chiropractic adjustment, did x-rays, told me to ice the back. After I'd gone to the doctor 2 or 3 times...
You're talking about a chiropractic?
Chiropractic and medical, both.
Okay. You have any medical records?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see your medical records from your medical doctor.
Yes.
How did you find the chiropractor?
My daughter had used him before, and he was a very gentle, good chiropractor.
How did you find him? You found him through recommendation?
Through my daughter, yes, ma'am.
And did you, after June 15th, 2003, consult with an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the attorney take your case?
He was not ready to take the case. He did not refuse the case. He did not take the case. It was in limbo.
You went to see another attorney?
Eventually.
When?
About 6 months later.
So I gather that the doctor that you went to see, not the chiropractor, you consulted after you saw the attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to having this accident with this 9-year-old child, you suffer from scoliosis. According to what you told the doctor, you were symptom-free as a result of your scoliosis, and now you have a backache.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but the only physiological problem that you could see as a result of being hit by this shopping cart was this ankle.
Correct? That you could see.
Right. Okay. So when you spoke to Mr. Gadband, how much money did you tell him that you wanted?
I only asked him to pay my medical bills, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's why I couldn't understand
Good.
why.
And what were your medical bills? Let me see what your medical bills are. These are all the medical bills that you have?
I could no longer afford to go after he said he wouldn't pay.
You have $182 for physical therapy rehab. You have $88 for physical therapy rehab and $85 for physical therapy rehab. That's what you asked him to reimburse you for. But now you want $5,000 from Mr. Gadband.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to me. I don't get it.
I am a massage therapist, Your Honor, and for several days after this accident, I could not give massages. I had to cancel appointments.
Okay, show me your book to show me how many appointments you had to cancel for the next few days.
I did not bring my book. I brought affidavits from the people that I canceled with.
I'll see those affidavits.
The quality of my service changed, Your Honor. I couldn't...
You may say that to me. I think I had a massage from there. Okay, you have affidavits here. One of them says that your massage wasn't as smooth. I'm not paying any attention to that. You canceled, according to these affidavits, 2 appointments where you're supposed to make $100.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
Yes.
That's $455. Okay, and?
I would like to continue the treatment. My lumbar vertebrae are still not in the shape they were in before the accident?
I have no idea about that. Show me the x-rays and bring me an expert. Do you have an expert in
I have the
x-rays?
letter that I gave you from the chiropractor saying I needed 16 more treatments.
Your chiropractor may say you need 100 more treatments. I don't care. Don't make a big deal about nothing. This happened over a year ago. And if you were that sick and you require treatment, what you do is you get the treatment and you pay for it. You take out a loan if you need it, and then you sue them. But you can't come into court and say, I really would like to take those treatments a year later because I'm really still not feeling well. So far, you had losses of $455, and that's what I think, Mr. Gadban, you should be responsible for. The rest of it, she can't document. And if she can't document it, there's a reason that the attorneys didn't take your case, madam.
I still have pain, Your Honor.
Listen to me. It was an accident in a supermarket with a 9-year-old child.
I know.
It's not your retirement. You are not going to retire on this injury.
I'm not trying
Judgment
to
for the
retire.
plaintiff in the amount of $455. That's all.
Engineer Andrew Kurtz is suing teacher Carolyn Mansfield for car repair bills. Andrew says Carolyn's unleashed dog ran into his Porsche.
Mr. Kurtz, you were driving along a country road, and according to your complaint, the defendant's dog was running out and hit your car. And you want Miss Mansfield to be responsible for the $1,000 deductible that you had to pay after your insurance covered the rest of the damage to the car.
That's correct.
Miss Mansfield says that you had to have been going too fast on that road, that your car hit her dog, and that she paid over $1,200 in vet bills for the dog. And since you were probably each at fault, since the dog was out, which is how the dog came to collide with your car in the first place, she's taking care of her bills, and you should take care of yours, right?
That's absolutely right.
Well, that's your position anyway.
Yes, well, okay, that's my position.
Where do you live?
I live in Placerville, California.
Are there any rules and regulations where you live with regard to dogs being leashed or being confined in either a yard or your home?
I understand there is a leash law.
Yes. So your dog, I assume, does not comply with the leash law.
My dog complies whenever she can. However, there are some holes in my neighbor's fence, and occasionally the dog has gotten into the neighbor's yard. On the day in question, I did not know the dog was out of our yard. In fact, my husband and I were getting ready to go to a Christmas party. It's December 21st, about 4 o'clock, and I turned to my son and I said, we're getting ready to go to the party now, and I'll see you later. And Charlie said, well, I'm going out to the backyard to play with the dogs. And I turned around, I saw one of our...
How many dogs do you have?
Two. I saw one of the
dogs are... What kind of dogs are they?
They're mutts. They were both strays that eventually showed up, and we just didn't quite get them to the pound, and now they're ours.
And how long have you had them?
7 years.
And how often does this particular dog get out of your yard?
Well, anymore, not at all, but...
Then,
at that time, pretty often.
Okay. So you were on notice that your dog knew how to get out.
But my dog, this is the truth, Judge Judy, my dog is extremely streetwise. I know that sounds crazy, but this dog had grown up, had about 2 years in this area. It was a wild dog. We had seen it around, and I decided to try to tame the dog and so that I could catch it. Animal control would not pick it up unless we could contain it. So over a period of about 6 months, I was able to tame the dog, and by then I just kind of fell in love with her. She has absolutely become a part of our family, and this dog never ran into the road or in front of a car. The dog would literally go to a driveway and look both ways before it crossed. People would know that. It's incredibly smart, or it couldn't have survived the 2 years in this neighborhood where people would come up from the Bay Area in their fancy sport cars driving
Miss
really fast.
Mansfield, listen to me very carefully. We're getting a little beyond ourselves.
Okay, but I have some pictures for you.
We're getting beyond ourselves.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Andrew Kurtz says dog owner Carolyn Mansfield owes for the cost to fix his Porsche. Andrew says he ran over Carolyn's unleashed dog.
Now, what time of the day were you riding down the country road?
It was 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Where were you going?
Going to an apple orchard.
In December.
Shh. Miss Mansfield.
Yes,
Miss Mansfield. Okay.
It was the weekend before Christmas. We were going up there to get some apple cider and some apple pies.
Okay. Tell me what happened with Miss Mansfield's dog.
I was driving along the road, and the dog just came straight out into the road, and it was in full stride when I hit the dog with the car.
Did you stop?
Yeah, I just took my foot off the gas and watched the dog in the rearview mirror. My fiance Christina was just like, oh my God, we just hit a dog. And then I pulled over at the first point that I could pull fully clear of the roadway.
And what did you do? Put your pictures down.
Okay. We got out of the car and walked back towards where the dog had limped off the roadway, and I walked back into the woods. At that point, I met an old man and a young boy there. I asked them if they saw a dog. I told them I just hit a big black dog, and he said that it sounded like the neighbor's dog, and then we found it just laying on its side.
And what did you do?
The man sent the young boy down to the Mansfield's residence to get someone to come up to the dog. We just stood there with the dog, and it was just laying on its side, panting. And then Charlie, her son, brought a pickup truck up, and we put a blanket down, put the dog on the blanket, and lifted the dog into the back of the truck.
Okay. Can I see pictures of your car? I
Yes.
see pictures of the car there. I'm surprised that this, what's this dog's name, Lucky?
Lucky.
He sure was lucky.
Well,
Because I'm surprised that this dog survived.
Lucky was not supposed to survive overnight. She had severe injuries.
Okay, but she did?
She's among the land of the living.
Good, and she's now in a fenced-in yard.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we're using the buried wire with the electric shock, and she's...
That sounds like what you should have been using before.
And that's exactly why I paid my own vet bills, and I decided I would not sue somebody for hitting the dog because I was trying to take my responsibility and pay the dog's vet
Ms.
bill.
Mansfield, you have a law where you live that says that dogs have to be under your control at all times, either on a leash if they're out, in a fenced yard, or in your home. But for the fact that you broke the law, your dog would not have been hit.
May I show you some of these pictures and explain one thing?
You can show me anything you like.
Okay.
You must accept the fact that but for the fact that you broke the rules, your dog would not have been hit.
Okay, but I contend the dog may not have been in the road. We have a friend who was killed right there where Mr. Kurtz pulled over. He ran right into that tree. If you don't negotiate that turn, you're going to hit that tree. And in fact, before you hit it, you will go straight over our neighbor's driveway.
Listen to me!
To lay down.
Miss Mansfield, I don't care if he went up into your neighbor's living room.
But that would be...
No, listen to me. If he went up into your neighbor's living room and hit your dog, the rule says your dog must be under your control at all times. But for the fact that you, who had notice that your dog got out frequently and roamed around and was safe most of the time, she was really smart and really lucky. Didn't hurt anybody, didn't get hurt herself. This time she did, and it's your fault. Okay, listen to me. Only your fault, because his car did not jump up on your front porch and go into your living room and hit Lucky while she was sitting on the sofa watching TV. That didn't happen.
Excuse me, but if it was going at an unsafe speed in a residential area, it could have been Dylan. It could have been the little boy at the end of the driveway with my dog.
It could have been E.T.
But it wasn't.
It was your dog that was violating the law. You owe him $1,000. That's his deductible.
Could my son,
Judgment for the
could my
plaintiff.
son
Step
tell you
out.
what-
Goodbye, Emily.
Thank you, Judge.
Plaintiff Ross Dollahan is suing his daughter, day spa owner Karen Tinley, for the return of $500 he paid for a family picture. Karen says her father is bitter because her mother left him.
Mr. Dollahan, Miss Tinley is your daughter.
Yes, it is.
And you are suing your daughter for $500 because you say you gave her $500 and there were certain stipulations. There was a contract. The contract was she was to do certain things. She was to prepare a photo album. She was supposed to bring grandchildren to come to visit you and a couple of other things, which she didn't do. And therefore, since she didn't fulfill her portion of the contract, you want your money back.
That's right.
Your daughter says that this money was given without stipulation and that you're just angry because your wife doesn't want to come back to you. Your wife left you, sir?
Yes, she does.
And this is your mother, I assume.
Correct.
And she's happy being without you, and she doesn't want any part of you, and therefore you're angry, so you want this money back.
That's correct.
How long have you been married, sir?
43 years, August 31st.
And without asking you any more, you've had enough.
That's right.
You fulfilled your sentence.
Thank you.
Mr. Dollahan, got it?
No, I don't.
So tell me about this $500 that you gave your daughter.
On April 14th of this year, my wife decided that she would begin talking to me after all efforts of reconciliation, trying to go to marriage counseling, would not work. She said that she would start talking to me again, and she agreed that she would start dating me again, and as a result, I gave her $1,400 with no stipulation.
Okay.
That's my wife.
Okay.
The same day, I gave my daughter Karen $500 with stipulation.
And what did you say to her when you gave her the $500, and what did she say to you?
First of all, I thanked her for taking good care of my wife.
Okay.
And I said, I want you to have this money, but there are 3 things that I want from this. 1,
is a family album to show that you're going to be part of my family again and let me be a father to the family, which you've never been able to do. The other stipulation was that she allowed me as a father to prepare a meal for her, her husband, and 2 daughters to come into my home so I could tell them as a father what I would like to see as a family reconciling.
Okay.
And the third one was take the money that I give you that is left over from the album. I want you to divide between the 4 of you.
Which 4?
Her husband and her 2 daughters. So the first of the next month, I talked to my wife on the phone again, and I asked her about if she had the album made for me, and she said no, because she'd been hauling the girls around too much.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I said, well, can I come by the house and pick up the album? My wife said, I don't think that's a good idea.
She said that there was no album. How could you pick it up if there was no album?
That's right.
Yeah.
She never did that.
Okay.
So then my wife decided to break off all communication with me, and as a result, because I didn't get what I asked for, I called up, and even though she wouldn't answer the phone, I left a message that I wanted the money returned. And she did not return the money.
Okay. Stanley, I'll hear you.
For one thing, there was never any photo album mentioned at all.
Look at me. What was mentioned? He handed you $500.
Right.
What did he say?
He says, well, here's $500 for taking such good care of your mom. And I says, I don't mind taking care of my mom. You know, she's my mom. I love her. I'd do anything for her. So to me, that was a gift.
Well, what did he say about photo?
He said, I would like to have a family picture. And I said, I don't have one. He says, well, he says, you've got money. He says, you can have one made. I didn't have a problem with that.
Good.
So...
What else? Did he say anything about bringing your family over to his house?
Not to his house. He says, I have something I want to tell your family. Because up to this point, he has never admitted that he was wrongdoing with my mom or anything. And he admitted that to my mom that day. He says, everything that has happened is my fault. And I was surprised to hear that.
Okay.
But 2 weeks later, I mean, I don't have a family that lives at home. So to get a family picture done in 2 weeks is a little bit impossible for us.
Okay. So what happened? So he called and said, where's the picture?
Conversations, he'd been calling and was not being very nice on the phone. So we quit answering the phone. If his number came up, we didn't answer the phone. 2 weeks later, one of the messages was, if you don't do what I want you to, you know, you just send the money back, baby. That was his words. I remember that.
All right. So what I'm getting, Miss Tinley, is minimally, in his head, he expected a family picture for this $500.
Right.
And is it? You have a picture of you at home?
I do.
You have a picture of your 2 daughters at home?
I do.
So this is what I want you to do. I want you to take a picture of you, the 2 girls, take them over to a drugstore where they have one of those machines where you put the pictures in and it makes a copy.
Right.
You're prepared to do that?
I can do that. I can do that at my home.
Perfect. I want you to do that. You're going to do that within the next 3 days.
I can do that.
And then you're going to send it to your father.
Okay.
That's what you're going to get, sir. Right?
That's right.
Great. Very good. And then she gets to keep the $500. But I know this is going to be difficult for you. But there'll be a time, sir, that I'm telling you, you're a very nice-looking man.
Thank you.
And you seem to have lots of personality. And you've got a little bit of zip in your step. Yet, right?
That's right.
You're going to find somebody who's just going to be crazy about you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Not her. Not me. Good luck.
Oh, thank you.
Buddies are excused. Step out.
General contractor Stephen Terry is suing his neighbor, 24-year-old restaurant manager Roger Barnes, for throwing a rock through the front window of his house. Roger says Stephen's brother was antagonizing him.
Mr. Terry, Mr. Barnes is your neighbor. It's your claim that on a particular date, which you'll tell me in a moment, he came to your house, he was drunk, he took a rock, he threw it through your window, you wanted to pay for the window. Mr. Barnes says it wasn't a rock that broke your window, it was his jacket that broke your window and its heavy buttons, so he's not paying for your window, right?
Right.
What date did he break your window?
It was St. Patrick's Day this year.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Are you Irish?
Nope.
But you celebrate with the Irish?
Yeah.
Were you celebrating on St. Patrick's Day?
Yes.
Were you a little drunk?
A little bit.
Okay. So your jacket broke the window?
Yeah.
No, not yeah. Yes was good. Yes was good before. Yes, you should stick to yes.
Yes.
Tell me how it came about that your jacket broke the window.
Well, actually, I was at my house with my brother here. He's a witness.
Just get to the window, will you please?
All right, well, we got an
I'm
argument.
interested in the jacket. How the jacket, which was on your body initially, left your body, according to you, caused the breaking of Mr. Terry's window.
Well, I was outside, and we were in a big argument. And
Who was in an argument?
His brother and this guy named Eric. And basically, I thought I was going to have to defend myself against these 2 guys, and I ripped it off and flung it to the side. And as I did, Broke their window.
Well, show me how high the window was, sir.
Yeah, at the bottom of the window.
But when you say you flung your jacket, you indicated you flung the jacket to the ground.
Like this. Over that way.
Well, show me how you do that, sir. Show me how you do it up high enough to hit the window. Don't hit Mr. Terry again.
Sorry. You could feel it's a pretty heavy jacket.
So it was the jacket that broke the window. So it's not your fault.
Well, if they wouldn't have been antagonizing me outside, it would have never happened. I was trying to leave and go back to my house. You know, we were in a big argument.
Let me ask you this question. Was Mr. Terry there?
Mr. Terry was there, but
was he antagonizing you?
No, Stephen wasn't.
And who has to pay for his window?
Well, I don't think I should.
Well, who should be? Bird should pay for his window?
No.
Maybe I should pay for his window.
No.
Maybe this camera person should pay for his window. No. What do you think? No? Who should pay for his window?
If they weren't antagonizing the situation.
I'm asking you who should pay for the window.
I think they should pay for it.
Who's they?
Stephen and Ryan.
But he wasn't responsible in any way, sir. I know. It's not his jacket. Did you get beat up that day?
No.
So maybe you were wrong about them trying to antagonize you. You think it's possible that the libation that you consumed on St. Patrick's Day impaired your judgment? Is that a possibility, Mr. Barnes?
They just sent me off.
Is that a possibility that the libation that you consumed on St. Patrick's Day impaired your judgment, sir?
Probably had a little bit to do with it, but not much.
All right. I'm not going to torture you much more, sir. This is my daily exercise. It's my breathing exercise. Do you understand that? Do you think that the fact that you were drinking had more to do with the fact that the window got broken than Mr. Terry?
Well, I mean, if his brother wasn't out...
Not his brother.
Okay.
He's not right. I'm not my brother's keeper. I'm talking about Mr. Terry.
Okay, no.
So that your drinking had more to do with the window than Mr. Terry's...
Then Stephen did, yeah.
So this is what I suggest you do, sir. How much was the window?
I have bill for it. I'm a contractor. I fixed it myself. So.
Good. How much was it?
$500.
What?
It's an old window. It broke both the panes. And they're old windows.
You're only suing for $325, sir, so don't tell me that you paid $500 to have the window fixed.
I didn't pay for it. That's how much I would charge to do it myself, but that's okay.
How much did you pay for it?
For the glass and the materials.
Yeah.
$100.
$100. And you are a contractor, so you bill for your time. Is that right? And how much do you get paid for an hour?
$55.
$55 an hour. How many hours did it take you?
7.
Suing for $325. That's very reasonable for a window. Now, this is what I'm going to tell you, Mr. Barnes. I want you to listen to me very carefully, because you're not clouded by libation now, are you? If you believe that it's somebody else's fault that your jacket that was on your back broke Mr. Terry's window, I suggest that after you pay Mr. Terry $325, you sue those people that you think are responsible. Is that fair?
Sounds fair to me.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $325. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
23-year-old cocktail waitress April Baker is suing her ex-boyfriend's sister, 26-year-old medical secretary Angela Williams, for the return of her belongings. Angela says April stole her car.
Ms. Baker, you used to live in the apartment or the home of the defendant, who is the sister of your former boyfriend. Is that
Yes,
right?
Your Honor.
And this is the former boyfriend?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you claim that you were forced to move out because there was some sort of an altercation or an argument. And when you moved out, the defendant kept a lot of your property. You wanted to be compensated to the tune of $2,000 for that property. When did you move in with him?
It was May.
Why did you move in with him?
I was seeing her brother, so I decided that when I came back from vacation, I would move back in to the same area with them.
Where were you working?
I wasn't working at that very present time.
Immediately prior to that very present time, when was your last employment?
Before I moved to Worcester.
Give me a month and
that
a
would
year.
have been in February of 2004.
And what kind of work were you doing in February of
I was
2000?
hostessing in a Greek restaurant in Tennessee.
When you moved from Tennessee to where?
To Worcester.
And how did you get there?
I took a bus.
How many suitcases did you have?
Your Honor, they weren't suitcases. They were very big Tupperware containers with lids.
And what was in the two Tupperware containers?
One of the containers contained all of my shoes and boots, and the other one contained all of my clothing belongings.
And when you left their house, what did you take with you?
Absolutely nothing, except for what I had on my person.
Do you have any of that property?
No, ma'am.
Where is it?
As far as I know, she took it with her when she stole my vehicle.
What month was that?
That was in July.
What do you mean she stole your vehicle?
She did take it, said that she'd be back, and never came back.
She didn't come back?
No, ma'am.
How long did she remain away?
She was gone that whole night, the whole next day. I finally got a phone call telling me that I could find my keys at her new boyfriend's house, and my car was at her job. So I had to find a ride to get my keys and my vehicle.
That sound familiar to you?
Vaguely, that is...
Not vaguely. Does that sound familiar to you?
That is pretty much the case, but not all the way, no. But yes.
So if you left, say, July 1st or 2nd, in her car, and you didn't come back, and you went to a new boyfriend's house, you're telling me that you just left with the clothes on your back and you didn't take anything with you?
Absolutely, Your Honor. I didn't leave to a new boyfriend's house. I left in the middle of the night. It was midnight Thursday, July the 2nd.
Where did you go?
I went to a friend's house to have a couple of drinks. I got intoxicated and did not drive back to her house because I'm not going to drive her car intoxicated. I did have her car dropped to my work so that she could pick it up. And the keys were where she said they were, at that same person's house. But it was not, I did not take any of my belongings with me. I did not plan on being gone or not coming back. I did not steal her car.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Step up. What's your name?
Brian. Brian Williams.
Mr. Williams, do you have any of Miss Baker's property?
No, I do not.
Look at me. Did you throw it away?
No, I do not.
Do you know of anyone who threw it away?
No, I do not.
Well, I think you probably do. I think you probably either tossed her stuff or got rid of some of her stuff because you were annoyed with her. But you have to have some proof of that. She says she doesn't have your clothing. How do I know that she didn't take it with you?
She had her boyfriend come to my house and say, DYS appreciates your donation. That's the local juvenile facility.
Really? Did you say that to her?
No, ma'am.
Did you say
her boyfriend said that to me.
Did you say it to anyone?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Miss Williams, I have a feeling that you probably kept some of her stuff, and maybe you donated because you were really annoyed with her. That I can understand.
No, I did not, Your Honor.
Well, somebody did. Let me see what you have there. Okay. Okay. $361. The legitimate bills that I have that you can establish here. Now, I don't know whether and how much they didn't return, but I know that you didn't return some stuff because I know you were annoyed. That's just common sense. And if she left there, you found some of her stuff there, and I believe that you did return some of her stuff.
Everything was gone when she stole my car, Your Honor. I don't
What?
give her anything.
No, you're full of baloney. Don't believe you. I also don't believe that she had $2,000 worth of clothes because she didn't have a job.
Your Honor.
Maybe $360 worth of stuff. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $360. That's all.
What is that?
19-year-old student Stephen Cower is suing his ex-girlfriend, 19-year-old sales clerk Kristen Cubitt, for an unpaid loan to buy a motorcycle. Kristen says the money was a gift until Stephen read disparaging comments about him in her diary.
Mr. Cower, how long did you date Miss Cubitt before you loaned her this money for a motorcycle?
Your Honor, it's about 3.5 years on and off.
So you knew her well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me about this alleged loan for a motorcycle, which Miss Cubitt says is a gift.
Your Honor, I loaned her the money because right before I went to training for my 2 weeks in the National Guard, Your Honor.
Give me the month, day, and year, and show me the check.
August 11th, Your Honor.
Of 2004?
Yes, Your Honor.
And tell me how the loan came about.
I was in training down in the National Guard. We had been on and off in our relationship. And she came to me asking that she was going to purchase a bike, a motorcycle, Your Honor. And she asked me, she said she could only get $6,000 from her loaning institute, and she couldn't get the rest of the money, and she needed to pay the full amount in for the bike by the end of the month, Your Honor.
That's not true, Your Honor.
What does that mean? She needed to pay the whole amount?
Your Honor, she told me that the motorcycle place that she was getting the bike from said that she had to have the bike fully paid off by the end of the month. If not, she would lose all the money she had put into it. So when she came to me telling me how much it was, I said, well, I have about $2,800 in my bank account. I will give you what I can because I'm going to college and I don't know what I can give you, though. And so when the time came around, we went to the bank. I took the $2,800 out, and we had an agreement that she would pay me back half of it before my first college payment.
How was she supposed to pay you back the half? From what?
From working. She was working at Port Stop, Your Honor.
According to you, she was supposed to pay you back $1,400 before you went away to school, which was when?
This is about a week and a half later, Your Honor.
How much did she make at this job that she was going to get $1,400 in a week and a half?
I don't know, Your Honor, but she said she was going to pay me back the half amount, and I said, if you cannot, I will try to figure something out. I was being very sincere, Your Honor, and trying to help her out the best I could.
Mr. Cower, if you tell me something that doesn't make sense, I'm going to have a tendency to disbelieve everything that you tell me. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You gave her this money because you loved her. You don't love her anymore?
She was my first love, Your Honor. It's still tough to
get over it. Put a period, move on.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Stephen Cower says ex-girlfriend Kristen Cubitt owes for a loan for a motorcycle. Kristen says Stephen read her diary.
Now, you've known this girl, according to you, a year and a half. She had a job where she made how much a week?
$150 a week.
Doing what?
A cashier at a gas station.
She made $150 a week. And she says, I don't have all the money that I need for this motorcycle, and I have to pay it all off You gave her $2,800, and according to you, you had an agreement where she was going to pay you $1,400 back in a week. So my question is, where did you logically think, Mr. Cower, she was going to get that $1,400 from?
Your Honor, I probably wasn't thinking right because of my emotions of our relationship.
Did he give you $2,800?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
When?
On August 11th.
What'd you do with it?
He went to his bank and he stated, as long as I have $1,400 in my bank account, I will loan you what I can. He said, I love you. You've done a lot for me. I will give it to you. I said, okay. We went to his bank. He got an official bank check from his bank to Loomis Motorcycle, and he handed them the check.
I see that.
And then he went, like, probably, I think it was on the 14th, he came into my house while I was showering and read my diary. The next day at work, he gave me my diary back and said that he was breaking up with me because he did not like what he read, and then said that I was going to pay him back or he was going to take me to court. The next day, there's a notice in the mail saying that I'm being sued for $2,800, which I could have swore was a gift. If I had known that I was going to have to pay him back, I would have just tagged it onto my motorcycle loan from my loan company in the first place.
Now, Miss Cubitt, just because I'm a woman and curious, what did you write about him in your diary that got him so angry?
Bad stuff.
Well, I'd like you to tell me, what did you write about him in your diary that got him so angry?
I just basically said that I didn't want to be with him, but every time we said we weren't going to get back together, we did, and that I don't know if I can say it.
I've heard of it.
Okay. That his sex wasn't the greatest.
Well, that would tick him off. Right?
I imagine it would.
Now, what was the date of that entry that he found offensive? What month?
Ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Months before.
Probably 2-3 months is when I started the diary.
Is that the diary that you used? Good. Open it up to that page and just tell me when you entered the part of him being a lousy lover.
I didn't put a date in it.
You didn't put a date in it?
No, I didn't date it because it was one of those diaries of you write everything about every boyfriend you've ever had. You put it in there. That's basically a diary about the guys that I have been with, liked, went out with. They're all in here.
And did you rate them at all?
Everybody's got a little something about how good and bad it was.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I read your answer very clearly, and your answer said, and I'm going to read it to you in case you forgot, I approached him about the loan to purchase a bike in August of 2004. That's what you said. But when you approached him, you said, I need
money is exactly what I said.
Loan, according to what you said here. When I approached him about the loan, right? And how much is your bank loan?
$6,000.
Plus 28.
No. I only took the loan for 6.
Plus 28, because that's what he gave you for the motorcycle. Grow up. Listen, never read a woman's diary. It's not a good idea. You ever hear the expression, curiosity killed the cat?
Yes, Your Honor.
In your case, it killed the romance. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
She owes you $2,800. She considered it a loan. You considered it a loan. You gave her this money because you loved her, I assume.
Yes, Your
Or you thought you did. You don't love her anymore?
She was my first love, Your Honor. It's still tough to
Get
get
over it. Listen to me. Get over it. How old are you?
19, Your Honor.
Put a period, move on. Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $2,800. That's it.
Policeman Marcelo Bump is suing his neighbors, Jamie Hansard and his brother Nathan Hansard, for damaging his Mustang GT when they shot off fireworks on the 4th of July.
Mr. Bump, the two defendants are your neighbors.
Yes, ma'am.
And it is your claim that last July 4th, your two neighbors were setting off firecrackers. Some of the firecrackers landed on your car,
Yes, ma'am.
causing damage to your car's paint.
Yes, ma'am.
And you want them to pay for the damage.
Yes, ma'am.
The two defendants acknowledged that they were setting off firecrackers,
Yes, ma'am.
but that there were a lot of people setting off fireworks. And there's no way to tell whether your fireworks were the ones that actually caused the damage.
Yes, ma'am.
Marcelo Bump says neighbors Jamie Hansard and his brother Nathan Hansard damaged his brand new Mustang GT when they shot off fireworks on the 4th of July.
Now, how old are you?
30.
And you?
I'm 25.
Are you related to each other?
We're brothers.
Do you live together?
Yes.
Who else lives with you?
My 3 children.
Now tell me about the fireworks you were setting off.
We were shooting fireworks that...
What kind?
They're different names. Some Tommy guns.
Tommy guns.
Cherry bomb.
Cherry bomb.
Black Widow. Black Widow. 4th of July.
Just a minute. Black Widow.
4th of July.
So you had at least one of each of these things.
Several.
Where did you buy them?
North Carolina.
Where do you live?
Georgia.
You bought them in North Carolina. And where did you shoot them off?
In our parking lot.
In Georgia.
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you buy them in Georgia?
Because you can't buy them in Georgia.
Why not?
They're illegal.
So you just traveled a little bit and went to North Carolina and bought them there.
Yes, ma'am.
And despite the fact that the law precludes you from using them in Georgia, you used them.
Yes, ma'am.
And now you expect a court to be fair to you. Is that what you're telling me?
I admit I broke the law. But damaging his vehicle is a different story.
Just a minute. No, you're not saying that you didn't damage his vehicle. What you're saying, I believe, is there were a lot of people that were violating the law, and there's no way to tell whether it was my Tommy guns, cherry bombs, black widows, 4th of Julys, et cetera, that actually caused the damage. Because there were a lot of people.
There were a lot of people shooting fireworks, so...
There's no way to tell. Is
There's
that
no
right?
way to tell that it was ours, no.
Correct. That's your defense.
Yes, ma'am. We don't believe that his vehicle was damaged by fireworks, period.
Fine. That's a different story. If there was no damage to his car, then you wouldn't be responsible. Well, let me tell you something. When you break the law, and you broke the law in front of your 3 children, which is even more vile, because then what you're teaching your children is there are certain laws that are meant to be broken. There are certain laws you can pick and choose what laws you want to obey. That's the message you're sending to your children. It's ridiculous for the state of Georgia, where we live, not to have fireworks. So you don't have to obey that law. If you want to shoot off fireworks, you can. Is that the kind of message you want to give to your
Some may portray it that way, yes.
What do you mean some might portray it that way? That's exactly what you did. You knew it was against the law to purchase fireworks. You knew it was against the law to shoot off fireworks in the state where you live. Despite that, you, who are the custodial parent for 3 children, who was supposed to teach them the difference between right and wrong, you've taught them that they can selectively choose what laws they want to adhere to and what laws they can break. Because they say, listen, my father breaks the law. My father does things that the state says he can't do. You're teaching your children that breaking the law is okay, and that's the wrong thing. And then you can't come to court and say to me, or to any judge, he has to be able to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that it was my fireworks that damaged his car. No, he doesn't. He just has to be able to prove that you, against the law, were shooting off fireworks in the proximity of his car that could have damaged his car, at least in my world. The issue is not really whether you are responsible if there was damage to this car. You're responsible. The issue is, was there any damage? That's what you say. There was no damage. So, now, we've established one thing. Now you can show me the damage.
Well, I have some digital pictures taken of the vehicle.
You have an estimate to fix it?
Yes, ma'am. Can I say something?
Sure.
I have pictures of the same vehicle and the same area that show no damage, and they were taken 3 days ago.
Let me see. Let me see both.
I also took several shots of other parts of the car to show that weren't any damage did either. Because I believe the estimate that he had stated that front fenders, hood, several parts.
Oh, I see the damage, sir. I don't know where your eyes are. I see it. It's just that your pictures are farther away than his are. His are close by. I see the damage. The exact same place where it shows here. Right above this little thing. I see it. You should look a little bit closer or get your eyes checked.
Okay.
Anything else anybody wants to say to me?
I have an estimate that states what he was claiming. His estimate claims as far as clear coat on the damage of a car can't be damaged by fireworks unless they're shot completely, right on the paint. Something that hit it or landed on it said it can't be damaged. I don't know. That's just a statement that a body shop says.
You have a witness here for me to read?
No,
You don't have?
No. Yes, we do have a witness.
You have a witness?
I have a witness to state what we did, but not as far as
I know
the
what
body
you
shop.
did. You told me what you did. You illegally purchased fireworks and you illegally shot them off. What do I need a witness? Is that what they did?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Well,
Your witness corroborates that. Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $923. Thank you very much.
You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. 20-year-old student Donald Fraser is suing fellow student 20-year-old Eric Sykes for ruining his Dell laptop. Donald claims during a night of heavy drinking, Eric urinated on the computer.
You gentlemen go to college?
Yes, ma'am.
What school are you going to at the time of this incident?
College of Charleston, South Carolina.
And you?
College of Charleston.
And you?
They're the same, ma'am.
You belong to a fraternity, Mr. Fraser.
No,
you?
ma'am. No, ma'am.
You?
No, ma'am.
So you get drunk, dumb, and stupid all on your own. Is that what we're talking about?
College student Donald Fraser says while in a drunken stupor, fellow student Eric Sykes urinated on his laptop computer.
Hi, Mr. Fraser, it is your claim that while he was drunk and in a stupor, Mr. Sykes, after an evening of partying, was at your house and ruined your computer. And Mr. Sykes says, A, I don't remember ruining your computer. B, you have no proof it was me. There could have been other people there, and I don't know why you picked me. And for that, I say amen, because I don't know why you picked me. So you want to tell me in 30 seconds or less, Mr. Frazier, how Mr. Sykes damaged your computer, and how you know it was Mr. Sykes that damaged your computer rather than one of your other drunken friends.
Okay. I went to sleep. Eric was sitting back.
This is Eric.
This is Eric, yes. Eric was sitting back in a chair, seemingly passed out. And what I found when I woke up was Eric sleeping on a couch 10 feet from my computer. My computer was on a white mini fridge like this. I went to my computer to turn on some music, and I found something wet on it. And I thought maybe it was water or a drink. Got closer, started to clean it up, smelled it, and realized that it was neither water or a drink. It was urine. And this was very disturbing to me. I woke everybody up.
How many people did you wake up?
My roommate.
And where was your roommate?
I shared a room with one of my roommates. He was in his bed. And my other roommate had his own room. He was in his bed.
And how long had you been drinking the night before?
I hadn't been drinking extensively because I had to be at work. I had to get up before everybody else.
What's extensively?
I probably had 3 beers.
And what about your 2 roommates? Were they drinking with you?
Mm-hmm.
Were they still sleeping when you got up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this one of your roommates?
No, this is my witness, Daniel, who...
Oh, good. So we have a witness to him urinating into your computer.
Well, 4 days...
Well is not an answer.
4 days after this incident, Daniel woke up to the sound of Eric peeing on his coffee table under the same circumstance, very intoxicated.
So what you're suggesting is that Mr. Sykes needs a roadmap to the potty.
Yes, ma'am. If you, my picture here?
No, I don't want to see the picture. Right. It's on top of that. What you're suggesting is because it was a white refrigerator, he got confused.
Yes, ma'am.
It's possible.
Okay.
It's possible.
When we woke up, Eric said 3 things that were most important. He said he did not remember being there, that he did not know where he was when he woke up, and after discussing it, after waking everybody up, he said that he thought that he probably did it. And at this point, I was going to do everything I could to make sure that the computer maybe could work. I dried it out to make sure, because I wanted to fix it, you know, even if it had urine.
All right, I hear you. Did you have an accident on his computer?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am.
So you don't know. You were too drunk to know what you were doing the night before. Is that what you're telling me?
Like you said, I didn't recall coming to his house.
Well, let me ask you this question. When you got up in the morning, Eric, you were wearing your clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of clothes were you wearing?
I do not recall at the time.
Well, were you wearing jeans? Were you wearing a tuxedo? Were you wearing a SpongeBob costume? What were you wearing? You woke up in the morning. Were your pants wet?
No, ma'am.
Was your fly zipped?
To my knowledge, yes.
Well, when you got up, did your pants fall down?
No.
Anything else you want to tell me, Mr. Frazier?
There's a lot of things on the computer beyond the cost of the claim, such as pictures and things that would be gone unless...
So your first problem is you haven't established that old Eric here peed on your computer.
Eric knows he did it. All his friends know that he did it. He admitted to me that morning, but he didn't want to...
Mr. Frazier, listen to me. In court, you need proof. And the fact that he was drunk and in the room doesn't mean that that's sufficient proof for a court that he damaged your computer. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, it's not the kind of case where we're going to take DNA evidence to establish the case. You could, perhaps, if you wanted to, but you didn't do that.
I figured it was maybe more expensive than the computer itself.
It may have been, but certainly on the facts that you've presented to me today, it is very possible that old Eric here is the culprit. Right, Eric?
It's possible.
But this is a court. We don't deal in possibilities. We deal in proof. And you don't have any proof. And the fact that 4 days later he was peeing on somebody else's coffee table is not proof.
Under the same conditions, highly intoxicated.
What can I tell you? You should have closed your computer and put it away. Now, if Eric knows that he damaged your computer and he looks like a nice young man, maybe he would want to contribute to a new one for you. But I certainly, from a judicial standpoint, can't find him guilty because you don't have any proof that he is guilty other than the fact that he was drunk and sleeping in the living room. Got it? Case is dismissed. That's all.
Bus driver Joseph Stevens is suing his ex-girlfriend, 25-year-old service representative Ginger Stokes, for the return of child support.
According to your complaint, you and Miss Stokes had a relationship. I don't know what kind of relationship, and Miss Stokes became pregnant. She took you to court for child support because at that time you were no longer in a relationship. You began paying child support for this child, a boy or a girl?
Boy.
And then you discovered that the child was not yours.
Yes, ma'am.
Biologically. So you want the support payments back that you gave to the defendant?
Yes.
Mr. Stevens, when were you and Miss Stokes in a relationship?
Around December of 2000.
Until when?
About April, June, between 2002.
2002 or 2001?
2001, I'm sorry.
During that time, did you live together?
Well, at that time, she was having problems at her house. So she asked, can she come stay with me? And she came and stayed with me for a little while.
What's a little while?
It was no more than like 2 or 3 months.
Okay. When did she tell you she was pregnant?
She told me she was pregnant around about April.
What did she tell you?
She came up and told me that she was pregnant, and I told her that, you know, how could you be pregnant when, you know, we've been using, you know, protection. And then...
Who was using the protection?
I was.
Did you see her during her pregnancy?
No.
Did she call you when the baby was born?
Yeah, she had called my mother's house. She had called me at the time that she was in the hospital and kept telling my mom for me to come up there to see the baby.
Did you go up to see the baby?
No, ma'am.
Why not, Mr. Stevens?
Because I felt as though that the baby, you know, wasn't mine. And I just didn't want to go up there.
Did there come a time when you went to see the baby?
No.
Did there come a time that you were notified that they were taking some money from your paycheck?
No, the only time I found out is whenever I got a letter from her going down to the courthouse.
When did you go down to seek child support?
The beginning of 2003.
How old was the baby?
He was 6, 7 months.
Is there any reason you waited to seek child support until the baby was 6 or 7 months old?
Yes. He at one point did come and we were talking on the phone and said that he would like us to be together, that he wanted us, the 3 of us, to be together, that he felt that that was his child. At the time, I had finally met somebody else and I didn't want to be with him. And after that, he wasn't coming around, he wasn't doing anything. I needed to go for child support.
Now, Ms. Stokes, how much money did you receive from Mr. Stevens after the court fixed a child support order?
A little over $800.
Is that right, Mr. Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Mr. Stevens, I'd like you to tell me how ultimately this mystery was unraveled and you determined that this child was not yours.
Well, the job that me and her used to work at, there was people there telling me that, you know, she was up there saying that the baby wasn't mine.
So you heard from sources that this child might not be yours, but you already knew that, Mr. Stevens.
Yes,
I mean, you already knew, based upon your use of protection, that there was at least a possibility that this child wasn't yours, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, there was already a child support order in place, Mr. Stevens, is that right?
Yes.
Now, as an old family court practitioner, I know that you were served with a notice to appear in the family court on the issue of paternity, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you didn't go, right?
Yes.
Why not?
Well, that was at the time I was having a problem with my other 3 kids. And by that time, I was practically like scared to go to the court.
You were scared to go to the court because?
I figured that I might have had like a, you know, wound or something like that.
Because you weren't paying child support.
Yes, at that time, because I wasn't working that much.
I'm glad you added that much. If you're going to make all these babies, Mr. Stevens, then you better get a lot of jobs.
Yes, ma'am.
Not work part-time. If you work part-time, you got all this energy. So you decided to blow off court, and they issued a default judgment against you, declared you to be the father. If you had gone to court immediately and said, listen, I want a blood test, they would have taken a blood test, and they would have said, you're off the hook on this one.
But at that time, when I wanted to get a paternity test, I even talked to her about it. She kept telling me that Dad's not going to be able to do it, and you might have to pay for it out of your pocket.
Better off paying for it out of your pocket, sir, a couple of $100 than pay for the 21 years, right?
Yes.
You can't be short-sighted. You don't have any children together?
No.
Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
3.
So between you have 6 children?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that enough?
Oh.
Plenty, right? Plenty. 6 children. Now you're working full-time?
Yes.
Good. What kind of work do you do?
School bus driver.
Well, you must like children. Okay, how much did they take out of your pay, Mr. Stevens?
$842 altogether.
$842?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Stokes, did we finally come up with a daddy for your baby?
Yes.
Is there a paternity proceeding pending, or is one been finalized?
No.
Why not?
I have no idea where he is, and I don't want to pursue it because he's my son and he's my world, and I'm going to take care of him regardless.
Okay. Judge for the plaintiff for the amount of $842. Thank you.
20-year-old student Alexandra Pierce and her father Eric are suing the father of Alexandra's former friend, operations manager Fouad Nadarzad, and his son, 15-year-old Noah. Alexandra claims Noah drove her Audi TT and burned out the clutch.
That's case number 204 on the calendar, the matter of Pierce versus Nadarzad. Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Mr. Pierce, is this your daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is this?
My name's Emily Natterzad.
Okay. What's your first name?
Alexandra Pierce.
Alexandra, I'd like you and
Emily
to cover up your shoulders. We're at the beach. Thank you. Here we go. According to what I read, Mr. Pierce, your daughter was using your car, and at some point, the defendant's son drove your car.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, he drove the car, at least for a moment, with your daughter's permission. But then, according to you, he exceeded that permission and burned out the clutch, causing serious damage to that thing which you have over there, which I'm not even going to try to understand.
That is correct.
What is your name?
Noah Natterzad.
Now, Noah and his father say that he had your daughter's permission, and there was no way that he could have caused the kind of damage that you say he caused. So, Alexandria, they call you Alex?
Yes.
Alex, where were you, and when did this incident take place with Noah?
It was on May 12th. I was driving to her house. And
Driving to whose house?
Emily's house. I arrived at her house, and Noah came out from the garage and said, Alex, you're parked wrong. Do you want me to repark your car? And I said, sure, just
What
simply.
time was this?
Probably around 12 or 1 o'clock.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
Why didn't you go out and park the car yourself?
I don't know, I trusted him. I've known him for like 7 years. I mean, I didn't know he could damage it by just simply turning it around.
If you've known him a long time, you know that he's only 15 years old.
No, I didn't know that. He had taken Emily's car in the past and gone and gotten us food and stuff like that. I've seen him drive her car before.
Okay, so you handed him the keys to your car?
Yes. Just to repark the car, though. Then 20 minutes later, he comes back.
Go ahead.
And I was thinking, oh my gosh, where is he the whole time? And so I run outside, and the car stinks. It's smelling of like some really pungent, awful smell. And I figured, oh, what a dork. He just probably drove with the parking brake on. And I asked him, I said, Noah, what'd you do? And he just like ran back into his little computer thing and didn't answer me. So we ended up taking her car and going to the mall. And then we come back at around 10 o'clock, and the car still smells really, really bad. So I figured, oh God, there's obviously something wrong. So I tried to get in my car, and I tried to do the clutch thing, and there was no power at all. And the dad was in the garage trying to fix something, and I passed by him. I went in the house, and I said, Emily, you know what? The car's not working at all. So
what kind of car is this, by the way?
An Audi TT.
Go ahead.
So she's like, you know what? My brother is such a jerk. He's like, I promise you, if you did anything wrong, we'll pay for it. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I hope so. I promise you something. And then we walked back outside. She's like, we'll talk to my dad. He's really good about cars. So we talked to her dad, and he tried to drive the car, and he saw for himself that the car was not working properly. You could not even hardly move the car.
So he got behind the wheel of your car?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And he tried to drive it?
Yes.
Is that right, sir?
Somewhat.
Don't tell me somewhat. Did you get behind the wheel of her car and try to drive
I did.
it? Then just say yes.
Yes, I did.
Good. So that means that she complained about the car immediately, right?
Right.
And I had said to him, I said, that early that day, Noah drove my car, and I drove here, and the car was perfectly fine. And I got back, and it didn't work at all.
Fine. Now, Noah.
Yes.
You know who I am, right?
Yes.
And you know the one thing you don't want to do is say anything that's not true here. Because if you do, it will be the sorriest day you've seen in your 15 years. You believe me, don't you?
Yep, I do.
What your father will do to you is nothing compared to what I can do to you. Now, when Alex came to your house, where was her car parked that was a problem?
Well, it has to be parked on the flow of traffic. So if you're going down the hill, it needs to be parking going down. She came on the opposite side, which would be the up side, and you get tickets if you do that. And I've seen it happen before.
So you went inside and you told her...
I told her that your car is parked in the wrong spot, and she'll get a ticket because I've seen it happen before.
And what did she say to you?
She said, go park my car on the other side.
Great. So far, we're in sync.
Yes.
So you went out, you took the keys.
Yes, I did.
And you turned her car around.
Yes.
But you didn't come right back inside, Noah.
I didn't come right back inside. Maybe...
Right.
It was not...
So you turned the car around, and then you decided to go someplace else. Where did you go?
I went a couple houses down to my friend Jake's house. And I didn't turn it around first. First, I went down to him, showed him the car, and he was going to come back up to my house with me because he was coming over. So I was going to bring him up, but then I stalled it once, and then the clutch was stiff.
Noah.
Yes.
What you did was you exceeded your authority. She gave you the authority to turn her car around and park it. Was your sister's car there?
No, it wasn't. Or, yeah, her car was there because she was home.
Right.
Yes.
So if you wanted to go someplace, you could have used your sister's car, right?
Yes.
Do you have a driver's license?
No.
But you've driven your sister's car before.
I've never driven it. She said that...
Shut up. So what you're telling me is you never drove your sister's car.
I've never driven my sister's car.
Did you ever drive your father's car?
Yeah, because I have my permit, but with him in the car with me.
Okay, and what kind of car does he have?
An Armada, Nissan.
Does it have an automatic or a
Automatic.
manual? So the only time you've driven a car is, according to you, when you're permitted to, by driving the car with your father,
Yes.
which is an automatic.
Yes.
So that when you got behind the wheel of Alex's car and you realized that it was a manual transmission, which is totally different, which I know I couldn't drive, and I've been driving for longer than you've been born, and she's been born, and she's been born, I would say, gee, I don't know how to drive this car. I couldn't get it from one gear to the next. Turn off the key, go inside, and say, Alex, I thought your car was an automatic. It's not an automatic, and I don't know how to drive a manual transmission. You better move your car around.
But I have friends who drive manual, and it's a guy's thing to know that if it's like
It's a guy's thing?
I'm just saying.
Is that what you're telling me?
It's like
It's a guy's thing? You're born with that. You know how to drive manual. Is that what you're telling me? No,
Well,
I
it's a
told you. I told you. You don't want to look like an idiot in front of your sister and your father and 10 million other people.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Once you took it and it exceeded the permission she had given you, you stole it. Let me tell you, don't shake your head no, I'm telling you yes.
And later today,
You sold a used car to friends.
Well, frenemies, yes.
What did you say?
Frenemies.
Frenemies?
Yeah, I was kind of making a joke.
Only Bird makes jokes here.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 20-year-old Alexandra Pierce says her former friend's little brother, 15-year-old Noah Nadazan, burned out the clutch on her 2000 Audi TT.
Now, what you're telling me is you never drove a manual transmission except for her car.
Yes.
Do you understand now where your problem is?
I understand what my problem is, yes.
Good. This is your problem.
Actually, I was going to say, now that I remember, she has let me driven her car before.
She has let you driven her car before?
She always does. She's given like 2 or 3 times before.
Just a second. So, Noah, what you're telling me...
Yes.
What you're telling me now is you lied to me a moment ago when you said that the only time you were behind the wheel of a car was when your father took you out, pursuant to your permit, in his car, which is an automatic. So you lied to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Look over here.
Yes, ma'am.
And you lied to me when you said that you would never drive a car without somebody's permission.
I would never drive a car without...
She always gives them.
That's stealing.
No, listen to me.
Yeah.
But you did, because Alex gave you permission to turn her car around. Once you took it and it exceeded the permission she had given you, you stole it. Let me tell you, don't shake your head no, I'm telling you yes. That's the law. Let me give you an example that maybe you'll understand better. If you go to a parking lot and you hand the keys to your car to an attendant, and the attendant in the parking lot takes the keys, like you did, and the attendant takes your car to Bayonne, New Jersey, and wrecks it, have you stolen that car? Yes. I am taking the keys, and he was supposed to park the car. He didn't take the car. He took it out, picked up his girlfriend, and went out for dinner to a fish restaurant in Bayonne. That's stealing. Do you understand that?
Yes, but
you
can I
stole
something?
the car as soon as you did anything other than turn it around and park it.
Can I explain something real quick?
Yes.
Okay.
It's getting better.
On the way to turning around the car is where my friend lives.
You're lying. You're making it up as you're going because you just said to me a moment ago, before I turned the car around, I went to see my friend who lives a couple of houses down. Let me see what you wrote here in your answer.
All right.
Actually, that was my
I'm speaking.
That was my answer.
I am speaking.
I know, but that was my answer.
Well, I assume you didn't make it up out of your pants, sir. I assume you got the information from your son.
You don't need
So
to
then,
do that.
good. So then be quiet. You said he went down the street to pick up a friend and had trouble driving the car because he doesn't know how to drive a stick shift very well. And the car kept stalling. That's what you wrote.
Right.
Okay. As soon as he exceeded the authority that she gave him to turn the car around and park it, your son stole the car. And anything that happens to that car while he has it, which is clear to me, trouble happened to that car because immediately she said, could you please help me with this car? You got behind the wheel of the car that day. You tried to drive it yourself. Your excuse is that it's not possible for him to have damaged the car during that period of time. You now have the burden of proof. Prove to me that he didn't damage the clutch.
Okay, well, first I'd like to start with...
Start with nothing.
No.
Start with exactly what I said.
Are you going to allow me to set my case or not?
Start exactly...
Are you going to allow me to set my case or not?
Start with exactly what I told you. I've said to you, he stole that
No,
by
that is
law.
not true, because there was no parameter for what she told him to do.
Listen to me, sir. He already testified
Yeah.
that he went inside...
Because you're not letting me finish.
I'm speaking.
Yeah.
He already testified that the reason he went inside was because she was parked the wrong way on his street, that he went inside and said, you parked the wrong way, and she said, would you turn it around for me? That's what he says. Now, just get to my point, which is...
I will get to your point as soon as you allow me to set my case.
Good.
Okay? Is that fair?
Listen, now that, let me tell you something. You don't run this shop, sir. I run this shop.
Right.
And unless you're going to get to the point, which is, you have to demonstrate to me that in the time
I need a fair chance, though.
So, can I see the cost of repairing the clutch on the car? I'm going to give him a quick lesson in responsibility. And if you are the person from whom he's learning responsibility, he's in serious trouble. Because when you do something wrong, you're supposed to accept responsibility, put a period, and move on. Your son did something wrong. You accept responsibility and you move on. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,624.
I think someone who's an adult should not give a key to a minor.
He just obviously took advantage of the car and redlined it a million times. We'll never be friends. She's done this before. It's just the type of person she is. I didn't want our friendship to end up like this, but obviously it did, and I feel bad for Noah.
And now the next case. Painter Michael Musgrove is suing his ex-girlfriend, student Kathleen Spear, for running over his dog and crashing into his house. Kathleen says the accident wasn't her fault.
This is case number 200 on the calendar in the matter of Musgrove versus Spear. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated.
Mr. Musgrove.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant used to be your girlfriend.
Yes.
And then she moved on to what she considered greener pastures, and she became your roommate's girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to get the logistics of it, but you had a house, and your roommate was in a house behind your house?
Yes, guest house.
Guest house.
Yes.
And Miss Spear moved into that guest house with your roommate.
Supposedly, yeah, she was there quite often.
Oh, she was there quite often. Your complaint is that on one of the days when she was visiting your roommate, she ran over your dog and ran into your patio, causing damage to your house.
Yes, ma'am.
You want her to pay all the vet bills or pay the damage that she did to the house? And Miss Spears says, you're just being unreasonable. Were you at home when this happened?
Yes, I was.
Tell me when it happened.
Memorial Day weekend, the 29th. I guess it would be the 30th. It was 12:30 at midnight.
12:30, that would be in the morning, Mr. Musgrove.
Sorry.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Are you nervous being here?
Yes.
Do I make you nervous?
A little bit.
Perfect. Okay, so at 12:30, that's in the a.m.
Correct.
Tell me what you heard.
I heard a car coming up my driveway. Not exactly slow. I heard a loud yipe, which was my dog, and a pretty decent crash, which was my patio cover.
Now, where had your dog been?
He was in the backyard on a run. I have about a 50-foot cable run. He's on a leash. That's where I tie him up during the day.
What kind of dog is it?
They're pit chow.
Combination pit bull and chows.
Yes, ma'am.
How many do you have?
I have 2.
And how old was the one that was hit by Miss Spear?
They're 5 years old. They're both brothers.
Are they friendly?
Yes. If, of course, they know you.
If they know you, they're friendly?
Yes.
Okay, so you went outside.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what you saw.
I walked out. Actually ran out. See my dog limping out from behind her car. And, of course, bleeding from his rear foot. His foot was smashed. Completely looked like, say, a duck's foot. That's the way you want to describe it. My patio cover was ripped from the house and pulled down. All the pillars were knocked out. Concrete was broken out of it where it was fastened to the ground. We went through a big argument on it.
Had an argument with her. Did she get out of the car?
Yes, she did.
What did she say when she got out of the car?
Oh my God, you know.
And what did you say to her?
Well, you want the exact words or roughly?
I've been around. I've heard everything.
Okay, pretty much, you know, what you doing? What are you doing in my driveway? You know, you're not supposed to be back here. What did you do? Like, you tore up my house, you hit my dog.
Why wasn't she supposed to be back there?
I got several times at the park on the property. They didn't want, you know, oils and stuff all over the drive. My drive for myself to park and the drive also for the tenant to park.
Do you own this house?
Yes, I do.
So you rent to Miss Spears' then current boyfriend?
The current boyfriend I rent to. Miss Spears was my girlfriend at the time, so.
She wasn't your girlfriend at the time when she hit the dog?
Yeah. So she wasn't my teammate.
No, I understand that. Just follow what I'm saying. Try not to be too nervous. I only digest litigants on Thursday. This is Thursday. Okay, you took your dog to the vet. Do you have the vet bills?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see them, please.
Some vet bills. These are the pictures. This is the bill also for the awning. I don't know if you need that right now. Okay.
Dog had surgery?
Yes, ma'am. Close to 20 stitches, if I'm not mistaken.
How's the dog?
He's doing okay now. He's still having trouble getting around, but he's doing all right.
Doing better?
Yes.
Okay, Miss Spear, now I'll hear you. May 30th, 2004. Coming home, it's 12:30 in the morning.
It was actually earlier than that. It wasn't 12:30. It had to be about 10:30.
Okay.
And wasn't coming down the driveway any faster than it would come down the driveway. But he leaves his dogs out purposely when I go over there. It's like he knows I'm afraid of his dogs. It's like we've always had a problem with his dogs. He leaves them out on purpose. The night that I came home, it was like...
Just wait 1 second. The night that you came home, were you a tenant of the plaintiff?
No, I was an ancestor.
So you were visiting someone?
Yes.
Who was a tenant of the plaintiff's?
Yes.
So he doesn't have to do anything to satisfy you. If you're afraid of his dogs, that's too bad. Go ahead. So you're coming home from where?
I was coming from my house, actually. I help over to Aaron's house to meet Aaron over there. I actually have my own house. I just refer to it's my boyfriend's house, so I refer to it as home or whatever. I was on my way from my home.
What kind of work do you do?
Huh?
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a student.
Student of what?
I attend Oxford College.
For what?
Addictive disorders. I major in addictive disorders.
You major in addictive... You major in addictive disorders?
Yes.
Are you in a program?
Am I in a program?
Yes.
No.
Have you ever been in a program?
No.
Do you need a program?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
So if Aaron had ran him over, it would have been different?
Why are you asking me questions? I sit here, you stand there. I ask you questions, you answer the questions.
And later today...
I heard running footsteps before I could turn around to see what it was. I was struck in the back and in the ankle. I snapped backwards, and the pain was immediate and excruciating.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Michael Musgrove claims his ex-girlfriend Kathleen Spear ran over his dog. Michael says, in doing so, she crashed into the side of his house.
Okay, you're on your way to pick up your boyfriend or to meet your boyfriend at his house from your house.
Go
ahead.
And I came down the driveway, and it was dark. As I'm pulling in, I saw one dog in his front window. I assume they were both in the house. So as I'm coming down the driveway, the next thing you know, I run into the black dog. But I didn't run over his dog and it ran over his foot. And it was like, there's like a scratch on his foot. It's not like something that, in my opinion, required all that surgery. And I even offered to pay for part of the bill and stuff.
Who was supposed to pay for the other part?
The one who left his dog outside.
It's his house.
Yeah, but on a lead that's so long that it goes right across the driveway, almost to the front door of the tenant's house.
It's his house.
The rental property in the back is all considered.
You don't live there.
So if Aaron had ran him over, it would have been different?
Why are you asking me questions? I sit here, you stand there. I ask you questions, you answer the questions. Aaron didn't run him over. You ran him over. Aaron didn't damage his house. You damaged his house. What were you going over there for at 10:30 at night?
To meet Aaron.
To do what?
I think it's none of your business.
Oh, no, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I have to ascertain whether earlier in the evening you had been either drinking or doing drugs, whether or not you were intoxicated or high, because this was clearly a house that you had been to frequently. You knew that the dogs were on long leads. You knew that he kept them outside. So one would expect you to be either very careful when you came up to the house, or if you weren't very careful, perhaps you were, I don't know, doing a scientific test with regard to this program that you attend at college. In any event, I have had enough playing with these people. You owe him for all the damage that you did to both his house and his dog. His vet bills alone were $1,856 for both surgery, subcutaneous fluids. They indicated that this was a severe wound. I have seen the pictures of it. This was not a scratch. He had additional damage to his home of $2,542. I suggest that when you're not in your program, you find some way to compensate him. Judgment for the plaintiff, $4,398. Thank you.
The party's always smooth. You may step out.
His foot was hurt. It wasn't all splattered.
Well, it's beyond a scratch.
It's not exactly a duck foot. Some of the skin's peeled off.
There was surgery involved.
Okay, that one looks pretty bad.
Yeah, there was a lot of blood.
This one looks pretty bad.
Whether she had been drinking that night or not, I didn't have time to find out.
I guess I feel bad. I couldn't stop.
26-year-old master control operator Josh Ashcroft is suing his ex-fiancée, property manager Julie Skiles, for unpaid rent and bills. Julie is countersuing, claiming Josh stole her dog and rammed her Toyota MR2.
Yes, case number 220 on the calendar, the matter of Ashcroft versus Skiles. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have a seat, please.
Mr. Ashcroft, you and the defendant were engaged and living together. She moved out with 3 months left to go on a lease that I assume the two of you had signed together.
That is correct.
You want her to pay those 3 months' rent. The defendant says that your behavior forced her out of the apartment, and she is counterclaiming for damage that she says that you did to her truck, a whole bunch of money because she says you've been harassing her, and something about a dog. So let's start with when you moved in together and when you signed the lease.
Okay, like you said, we were engaged. We decided to both move in on a house.
Listen to me.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a quick learn. I asked a question. When did you sign the lease? That requires a date,
Yes,
not a
ma'am.
story.
We signed it in September of 2003, September 28th.
And when did you move in?
We moved in October 1st, I believe. Just a
Do
few
you have
days.
a copy of the lease?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'd like to see it, please. And what was your agreement with regard to paying for the expenses on this apartment?
We had came to a mutual agreement that we would both pay half.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many people were supposed to live there?
Two, me and Julie were the only ones that were living in the house at the time.
And your dog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Monthly rent was $900.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you moved out when?
About June 15th.
Is that about right?
It sounds about right. I have the 25th. It was wasn't very clear because she did not tell me when she was moving out. She had no intention. I did not have any information of her intention of moving out.
When did you wake up and find she wasn't there? What did?
Actually, it was I believe it was the 25th on a Friday when I came home from work and discovered that everything out of the house was gone.
Are you telling me that between the 15th and the 25th she was living there?
She...
is not an answer.
No, ma'am, I don't believe she was. She would come home when I was at work and get her things.
I want to know when she moved out. The 15th or the 25th. Physically, her body, her person, not her property, her person. When did she move out?
I would say the 25th, Your Honor.
Who are you?
I'm his brother.
You have a name?
Jason Ashcroft, ma'am.
When did you move into the apartment?
I moved in around March. End of March, April.
So you were living in the apartment when they were living there. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How much rent were you paying?
I was paying $350 a month.
You still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Then what are we doing here? So it's nice to have a nice, honest brother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She moved out June 15th. She moved out June 25th. What difference does it make? Your brother's living there. He's taking over the other part of the rent. So why are you suing her?
Well, because of the fact that there was no 30-day notice given. She was unemployed for 9 months, which meant that I needed to move in someone to help cover her part of the rent.
He moved in before, according to your brother. Is your brother lying? Your brother moved in, it says, in March. She moved out in June. March, April, May, June. That is right, isn't it?
I just needed someone to help cover the rent. I didn't want to be in default on my lease, so I had to move my brother in and help.
Good. That's well, so you did that. That's a good thing. So you're not out any money. So I don't know why you're bothering me, Mr. Ashcroft. You want to get to your counterclaim?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Actually,
you gave the right answer, truthful answer. See how fast we resolve this?
Yes,
Plus your
sir.
brother probably will want to take you outside and kill you with it. That's not my problem. Let's deal with your counterclaim.
Okay.
Let's deal with your counterclaim, unless you want to say, listen, I don't want to get involved with this lady. I don't want to deal with her.
Oh, no.
Okay.
On June 15th, the day I moved out, he came home and rammed my car out the driveway with his truck.
Why did he do that?
Why did he do that?
Yeah.
You'll have to ask him.
No.
He wanted me to move my car, and I apparently didn't
Listen
do
to
it
me.
fast enough.
Listen to me. I want you to understand something. I'm not your friend. You have a whole host of friends. Are you related to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you her father?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Your father is your friend. You have friends. I'm not your friend. So when I say to you, why did he ram your car with his truck, there was a reason. The reason was he wanted you to move your car, and you weren't moving it fast enough.
Correct.
And you were having an argument with him.
Correct.
All right, there you go. You see? You've been around the block a few times, and you understand things, so that you didn't just wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to ram her car.
No. We were arguing. He had asked me at that time, told me that I needed to leave to move out of the house. Then he went to leave, and my car was parked behind him.
How many times did he ask you to move your car?
One time, and then he went to his truck. I was getting my keys, heard his truck back out into my car, and he moved it himself.
Now, what happened with her car, sir?
I asked her repeatedly to move her car.
And what did she say to you?
She didn't say anything. There was no communication there whatsoever.
So she just ignored you?
Yes, ma'am. She ignored
and
me.
just to take your hand out of your pocket?
Yes, ma'am.
So, you asked her, you said, move your car, things are getting too hot.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was giving you the old passive-aggressive. She wasn't moving, she wasn't getting the keys, she wasn't getting this, So, you got into your car, and what did you do? Your truck?
She was parked a few feet behind my truck. As I was trying to get out, I tried to maneuver my truck to get out, and I accidentally hit her car.
Okay, so you understand that you have to fix that.
Yes, ma'am.
You have an estimate?
Yes.
What's the estimate?
I have two, both for $700, 1702, 1703.
Okay, $700. When you have a bad temper, that's what happens. What else?
Also, I would like to add his harassment. Also on that day when he came home, he kicked in the bathroom door, pushed me against the wall, told me to leave. He calls my work, continuously harassing me.
What is he asking you for at work?
For money and
for money. Well, he's not going to stop.
Stolen property, Your Honor.
For a frying pan. Listen to me. Listen to me. A frying pan. Take your hands out of your pockets. This claim that you filed here has nothing to do with property. It had to do with rent. Now you're not going to call her anymore for money.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
You're not going to call her anymore for money. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
You've litigated it and you lost. We're just dealing now with her counterclaim. So don't bother her anymore. And your brother is going to tell you that he thinks that's a real good idea, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I purchased the dog. You can keep it, that's fine. But I would like my money or the dog.
Do you have the receipt for that?
Don't take your hands out of your pocket.
And later today,
the dog just came straight out into the road. My fiance Christina was just like, oh my God, we just had a dog. And then we found it just laying on its side.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Josh Ashcroft says ex-fiancée Julie Stiles broke their apartment lease. Julie says Josh's behavior forced her out of the home.
Now, he's not going to harass you anymore. Now you want to tell me this story about the dog that you didn't get. What kind of a dog is it?
It's a boxer. And when we first split up, I was going to get the dog. He was going to give it to me, but then after the arguing and all that, he decided that he was going to keep the dog. I purchased the dog. He can keep it, that's fine, but I would like my money or the dog.
The purchase, have the receipt for that?
Shh, don't take your hands out of your pocket. How long have you had the dog?
July of 2003, a little over a year.
And where are you living now?
I live in an apartment now.
And where do you live?
I live in the same residence, a three-bedroom house.
And the dog has a yard?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would say that the dog is better off with him.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why you left the dog.
So, correct.
What do you want?
I want him to pay me the cash I paid for the dog.
You can't get that.
Okay. And I can't get the dog either?
Of course not.
No, the dog is happy where the dog is.
It's in the dog's well-being, I agree.
Take your hand out of your pockets and don't speak until you're spoken to, Mr. Ashcroft. So far, you don't get any money for him harassing you. He's not going to bother you anymore. You made him pretty mad if he hit your car with his truck. I don't know what the argument was about, nor do I care, quite frankly. I've got enough to worry about my own arguments. He owes you $700 for the damage he did to your truck, because he did that because he was angry. And when you have a bad temper, you have to pay for that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, your counterclaim in the amount of $4,150 for harassment, the dog, and the kitchen sink is resolved this way. He pays you $700 to get your car fixed. And you, instead of having this lovely damsel as a roommate, have your brother. Good luck to you both.
Yes, ma'am. Parties are excused. You step out. He was contractually obligated to pay the rent, the 12-month lease agreement that we both signed.
I don't owe him for rent. His brother is paying the rent.
The judge made a correct decision of leaving the dog where he belongs, and that's in the backyard of the house, not cooped up in some one-bedroom apartment.
I do think it's better for the dog.
I'm just glad it's all over with.
No more relationships for me.
And now the next case. Plaintiff William Richard is suing his son's former friend, 20-year-old home health aide Crystal Davis, for vandalizing his home. William says Crystal and her friends threw 2 open cans of paint through his front window.
That's case number 193 on the calendar in the matter of Richard versus Davis. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, please.
Is this your mother?
Yes.
Mr. Richard, it is your claim that the defendant, along with 2 others, vandalized your home a little over a year ago. Yeah. Is that right? Now, Ms. Davis says that while she was with these 2 other people who vandalized your home, she really didn't do anything herself. She was just in the car with them.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I understand the relationship between the 2 of you. Your mother was dating his son.
No, she wasn't dating his son.
She was what with his son?
He worked on her cars and he helped fix things around her house.
You mean there was no relationship other than that of a handyman with your mother? Is
Yes.
that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right, sir?
No, sir.
It is your claim that your son and this lady had a relationship.
My son lived with her about 2 years.
In her house?
In her house.
And it is your claim that the relationship was more than that of just a handyman?
Yes.
And at some point, you got annoyed with his son?
Yes.
Why, Miss Davis?
I'd
like you to speak up so I can hear you. I'm getting older.
He threatened my mom's life. He put his...
Why would he do that?
He was crazy. He was jealous. I don't know.
He was jealous? Well, why would a handyman be jealous of your mother?
He liked her and she didn't want nothing to do with him.
Did he live in your house?
For a couple months.
So the answer is he lived in your house?
Yes.
And he liked your mother?
Yes.
And she didn't like him?
No.
Tell me about the vandalism to your house, Mr. Richard.
They threw 2 buckets of paint through the window, and it went all over the furniture and carpet and everything.
Do you have pictures of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I see it, please? Had your son moved home when this happened?
No, he was living with me because we was remodeling the place.
What I'm asking you, Mr. Richard, is had your son left Miss Davis's home at that point?
Yes.
Now, tell me what happened on June 30th, Miss Davis. And I want you to keep your voice up and keep your eyes over here.
He had called my mom several times that day, threatening her life. And
You mean his son?
Yes. And he had called my grandparents, threatening them. He threatened me and my brother's life. I told a couple of my friends what he had been saying. And
you told who?
2 of my friends.
Names?
Chuck and...
Chuck what? Who else did you tell?
Well, his friend. I don't know his name.
You told him what?
What his son had been doing.
Okay. And then what happened?
They said they knew how to get back at him. They got 2 cans of paint, and we drove in his car.
And whose car?
Chuck's.
And where did you go?
To his son's house.
Well, you didn't know Chuck's friend, is that right?
No, I'd only met him a couple times.
And Chuck? Does Chuck know his son?
Yeah, he's met him.
Where?
At my mom's house.
But you knew where he lived.
Yes.
They didn't know where he lived. So you had to give him directions.
Yes.
Right. So you gave them directions on how to get there. And what happened when they got there?
They pulled up in front of his house and got out, threw the paint through the windows, got back in the car and left.
On June 30th, my friends took it upon themselves to vandalize Tony Richards' house. That's what you wrote here, right? As is stated in the police report, I didn't throw the paint, so no charges were filed. Did you tell the police that you went to Chuck's friend's house when they gathered the paint together?
No.
No. Did you tell the police that you gave them directions on how to get to Mr. Richards' house?
No.
No. How come you told me? Because I asked you?
Yes.
And because you knew that you couldn't lie to me. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, what makes you think that you are not responsible for the damage to Mr. Richards' house?
Because I didn't do it.
Because what?
I didn't actually throw the paint.
Is there something wrong with you?
No.
You are responsible. You instigated it. You were involved in gathering the materials for the vandalism. You were responsible for directing these other 2 people, if they were in fact the ones that threw the paint, directing them how to get to Mr. Richards' home, something that they did not know. You are responsible. You understand?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Your son is in all probability a nut. That doesn't mean that she wasn't a lonely lady, but your son is a nut.
And later today...
How long have you been married, sir?
43 years, August 31st.
And without asking you anymore, you've had enough.
That's right.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. William Richards says his son's former friend vandalized his home with paint. Crystal Davis says she didn't act alone.
Now, you decided not to pursue this matter because your son asked you not to. Is that right?
My son did it on his own. I didn't know nothing about it.
Did what on his own?
He didn't press charges on it because he made a deal with his mother.
Drop the charges.
That she would not file charges against him if he wouldn't file charges against them. The next day, she filed charges against my son.
Is your son in jail now?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he crazy?
No, ma'am.
How many times has your son been arrested?
I say 3 or 4 times.
That's not true. Step up. Miss Davis, clearly you exercised poor judgment in having this person move into your house. I'm surmising that there was more to this relationship than either you're telling me or that your daughter's telling me.
Oh, there's more.
There's more. Okay. Do you know how many times Mr. Richards' son was arrested?
36 times on separate accounts.
Can I see, please? Yes. How many of those involved you?
He was never arrested on my account, unfortunately.
Okay, but he was arrested 36 times on other
Other charges, such as armed robbery, all those there listed.
Check if the defendant's criminal history reveals that he has been arrested 36 times on such violent charges as armed robbery, breaking and entering, prowling, burglary, DUI, carrying a concealed weapon, a machete, drug possession, felony battery.
I don't know nothing about that.
Well, you got to listen. You got to pay more attention to what's happening in your own family, Mr. Richard. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That, madam, does not excuse trashing his house. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I see the bill for cleanup of this house, please?
Your Honor.
What?
May I get to say something?
Sure.
All these papers here are restraining orders that I filed.
I think he's a bad person. Miss Davis, that doesn't give your daughter license to trash Mr. Richard's house. Do you understand that?
I understand that.
Right, it doesn't give her license to take the law into her own hands and throw paint through a window at his house.
I understand that, Your
Good, that's all.
It's not all. What this man has put us through, and
Which
my
man?
family, his son.
He is not responsible for his 43-year-old son. Are you responsible for what your daughter did?
In a way, yes, I guess I am.
Good, then you can pay the damages. His son put you through a lot. What possible motive would you have to bring a nut into your house?
He was referred to me as a mechanic and a handyman.
So you bring a 40-some-odd-year-old man into your house. You have no idea about his background. It turns out he's been arrested 36 times. That doesn't make you a genius.
Well,
in any event, his son may have caused you all kinds of aggravation, but that doesn't give your daughter license to trash Mr. Richard's house. And if you don't see it, then I understand why you brought this 40-year-old felon into your house.
Your Honor.
What?
My son met her at a bar.
Listen to me. Your son is where he belongs. He is in jail. I hope.
This is what brought everything up.
Listen to me.
To this deal.
Listen to me. Your son is in all probability a nut. That doesn't mean that she wasn't a lonely lady, but your son is a nut. That doesn't excuse what she did, and for that you're going to get paid. And since her mother says, well, I'm partially responsible for what she did, she can help.
Well, I certainly wish the law had helped us in all this whole time.
Madam, if you exercised better judgment, you wouldn't be standing here today. That doesn't excuse what Mr. Richard's son did to you and your family. It doesn't excuse the fact that the law may have been slow in moving to get him out of your life, but it does not excuse your daughter's criminal behavior.
So what about responsibility of the two gentlemen who did do actually throwing up the paint?
Listen, you can, if you like, sue them and say, my daughter didn't act alone. There were three of you. It's not up to him to go find these two other people. She doesn't even know the name of one of them, according to her, which I don't believe. How is he supposed to find out where they are? She knows where they are. She enlisted their assistance. It's her responsibility. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,000. That's all.
Why did you missed it?
The system is certainly for the criminal, not for the innocent victims.
She's playing the victim, because every time something comes up, she calls the police, has them arrested for stalking.
She would never got involved with something like that if it hadn't been that this man had been harassing me.
He met her in a bar. 15 minutes later, they had her out on the hood of a car.
Your son who stalked my mom?
I don't know that. That was between my son and her mother.
I didn't actually do it, and anything he did get, you deserved.
I would have pressed charges against him. But you're not.
And now the next case. 22-year-old payroll scheduler April Thomas is suing her cousin's ex-girlfriend, 19-year-old health aid worker Tiffany Johnson, for vandalism to her 2000 Dodge Neon. Tiffany is countersuing, claiming April vandalized her Kia Optima.
Come to order, all rise. Quiet in the courtroom, all rise. Down is this case number 255 on the calendar in the matter of Thomas versus Johnson. Pleasure to be sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, please.
Anybody who's been to court before, raise your hand. Were you a litigant?
No. Traffic court.
And you?
Criminal court.
Criminal court. I assume you weren't a prosecutor.
No.
Right?
No.
Good. So we all know what court's about. Court's about telling the truth. Truth. So that's what we're going to do today, right, ladies?
Yes.
I have cross complaints. Each of you claim that the other damaged their car purposely by breaking windows. And each of you say, I didn't do her window, and I didn't do her window.
I didn't do her window.
I didn't do her window.
She has a child with him.
No.
With who?
With my cousin. He's not here.
Where is he?
He's in jail.
Ah! He's in jail. A testament to your good judgment.
Yes.
And according to your complaint, there was some sort of altercation involving the two of them, your cousin, his then ex-girlfriend, and the mother of his child. And since then, there's been some bad blood between the two of you. So I want you to tell me when you claim she damaged your car, where the car was, and who witnessed it.
Okay. My car was at my house in my driveway. It was about 5:30 a.m. I don't have the specific date. I know it was in July. I wasn't there. I have a witness that says that shows everywhere where I was at. That says
which one is the witness?
She's the witness to who I was with, and he's the witness that seen her damage my car.
Well, I don't care who you were with. I'm not your social secretary. I just want to know who saw it damage your car.
Okay, he saw her damage my car.
Rick. Okay, step up. Tell me your name.
My name is Rick Howard.
How do you know her, Rick?
I used to work with her a couple of years ago.
And what were you doing up at 5:30 in the morning on this date in July that we don't remember?
Smoking a cigarette.
Where?
On her balcony.
What were you doing in her house?
She went out of town, so I was staying there, house sick, because she had problems with... She has problems with her neighbors, so I was staying there.
So you got up very early, you went out on the balcony to smoke a cigarette.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you see?
I heard an alarm go off, so I went downstairs because I thought it was my car, because my car's been stolen before. When I ran downstairs and I turned the corner, I seen Tiffany standing behind the car, like, with a blunt object in her hand.
With a what?
Blunt object.
And did you know Tiffany before?
I don't know her, but I know of her.
Yeah. When you say you know of her, had you seen her before?
Yes.
No. Where had you seen her before?
At high school.
How many years ago?
About 4 years ago.
And you hadn't seen her in 4 years?
No.
Get to you in a minute. What did you say to her?
It was like, hey. I just yelled out, hey.
And when you yelled out A, what did she do?
She left.
How did she leave?
She got in her car.
What kind of car?
A white car.
So what did you do?
I went back upstairs.
Well, didn't you go and look to see what happened to her car?
No, I figured that the window was broken because I heard the window break. So I went back upstairs.
What do you mean you figured that the window was broken? You mean you didn't go over to look at the car?
No.
You figured it wasn't your car, you didn't have any...
No, it wasn't that it wasn't my car. It was just that I heard the window break. So she had an object in her hand, so I figured that the window was broken. So I went back upstairs to get my phone, and then I came back downstairs.
When you got your phone, who did you call?
I called April.
Where was she?
Somewhere in the Bay Area.
And you told her what happened?
Mm-hmm.
Did you call the police?
Another lady who was standing across the street, I called the police.
Did the police arrive that day?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you give them a description of the person that you saw?
Yes.
Did you tell them who it was?
Yes.
You told them by name?
Yes.
Did you get the name from Miss Thomas, or did you get the name from knowing her yourself from high school?
Thomas told me her name from a picture, because she has a picture of her in her house.
So when you told her somebody just came and busted the window out of your car, and they had a white car, and she said to you it must have been Miss Johnson, is that right?
She didn't say it must have been Miss Johnson. Like, she looked familiar from the pictures that she has in her house, and that's how I recognized her, other than I knew her from high school.
What are you doing with a picture of her in your house?
I have a picture of her and her son at my house. We have like a lot of family gatherings, and she comes because her son is included in our family. And when we were tight, we used to take pictures, and I'd keep them in my house. And even though they're not together, that's still his mother, so I would have the pictures.
Okay. Now, Miss Johnson, let's get to you.
Okay.
No, I didn't ask you a question yet. Don't start. You may be seated. Now, it is your claim that Miss Thomas busted a window in your car.
Yes.
When do you claim she did that?
And this was in June. I never seen him a day in my life.
I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you about your car.
Okay, this is the real story. We was at a club. We went to a
Listen
club
to me.
in June.
I'm in charge here.
Okay.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You didn't call the police?
No.
You didn't speak to her afterwards and say, you better fix my car?
No.
You mean you just got even?
No, but she's trying to say...
No. I asked you a question.
No.
I think you did.
And later today...
Who should pay for his window?
They weren't antagonizing the situation.
I'm asking you who should pay for the window.
They should pay for it.
Who's they?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. April Thomas says her cousin's ex-girlfriend, Tiffany Johnson, vandalized her Dodge Neon by breaking her window. Tiffany says April did the same thing to her car.
In what month do you claim she damaged your car?
June 25th.
What time on the 25th
Like
of June?
12:30 to 1 o'clock.
In the morning?
No, at nighttime. Yeah, morning, yeah. It is morning.
Where was your car?
At a club.
So tell me what happened.
I was parking,
My cousin pulled in first. I was parking my car, and as I was parking my car, Miss Thomas jumped in front of my car and told me I cannot park here. She is saving this park for my friend, and she's on the freeway to get there.
So you're moving into a spot. She blocks the spot, and she says, I'm saving it.
Yes.
And you said?
You can't save a park. You can't stand and save a park. It's free parking. I was so close to hitting her for her to stand in front of my car. So I just parked my car and got out. And she started...
Just a second. So she's standing in the parking space, and you said, well, you're going to get run over, but I'm parking here.
Yes.
So you parked there in the spot.
Yes.
Okay, and she ultimately moved out of the way.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
It was my friend's birthday. That's how I remember the date, because we were all going out. And as I got out my car, she's talking about, you don't want it like this, or you already know about these hands. You don't want to see nobody in my family. We just started talking a lot, started talking about, I don't want this, and I just walked away. So we walked down the street by the clubs. Then we walked to Old Sacramento, and I just had a funny...
Holy. You went to the club. What happened when you got to the club?
We didn't go in because it was about to close anyways.
And from there you went back to your car?
I went to Old Sacramento, walked to Old Sac.
I don't know where that is, nor do I really care. When did you go back to your car?
In like 20 minutes.
20 minutes after you parked your car and had this altercation with the plaintiff, you went back to your car. And what did you find when you went back to your car?
1,000 pieces of glass broke all over my driver's window. And it was so many people out there telling me, the girl that you...
Don't tell me what anybody else said. Driver's window?
Yes.
What window of your car was broken?
My back windshield.
Okay, so you found your window broken?
Yes.
Now, other than the fact that you would have this altercation with her about the parking space,
yes,
did anyone else who is here today witness her damaging the car?
Crystal.
Crystal. I'm going to take your testimony, Crystal. Stand up. Crystal, how do you know Miss Johnson?
I don't know her.
Where do you work?
I stay at home with my son.
And what were you doing out at 1 o'clock in the morning on June 25th?
I was going to the club too.
Who were you going with?
Some friends.
Tell me what you saw.
Okay, Tiffany had pulled up. April jumped in front of her, told her she couldn't park, and then Tiffany parked anyways. Got out of the car and started walking off. April started yelling at her. Tiffany walked off. One of April's friends had pulled up a couple minutes later, and they had got in the car, drove off, came back like a few minutes later. April had got on the passenger side, threw something at Tiffany's car, and jumped in the car and took off.
And how come you stayed around the parking area that long?
Because I was sitting in the car across the street talking to some friends.
How did it come about that you met Miss Johnson and told her what happened to her car?
Well, we were still there when she came out, come walking back.
So you told her what you saw?
Yeah.
Did you call the police, Miss Johnson?
No.
How come?
It was late at night. I just knew it was her. That's why I didn't even call the police, because I didn't even think it would go this far with me and her. I know April for a long time.
Well, did you call her the next day?
No, I asked her cousin, my son's dad, told me that she was going around the family or acting like she done something very well. And he was mad because all the glass that was in my car, my son cut his hand.
So you mean you didn't call the police?
No.
And you didn't speak to her afterwards and say, you better fix my car?
No.
I don't understand that. You mean you just got even?
No, but she's trying to say...
No. I asked you a question.
No.
I think you did.
Okay, I did.
That's my girl. That's it.
Yeah.
You didn't get mad.
No.
You got even.
Yeah.
Love it.
Like when it works.
Like it when it works, right? Yep. Very good. So how much did it cost you to fix your window?
Can I add that also she must have stuck something in my door lock because it doesn't turn anymore.
How much did it cost? Listen.
I'm listening.
How much did it cost to fix your window?
It was $344 for the window, and it came to $253 for the tint.
For the what?
The tint on the window is tinted black.
Why?
Because all the windows are tinted black to keep the sun out.
$344, is that right? It cost you to fix the window?
Yes.
How much